Oops. Damn it. Okay, I think we're good. Hi, babe. Thank you.
That's the last one.
Oh, okay. Wait, was this one yours?
Huh?
Was this one yours?
It should be, but
You want it? Okay. I have robbed him. Okay, so we have a bunch of Cornelias again. These are both boys. Giant lover, stronghold strategist, ferocious. Destructive. Okay. What the fuck? Oh my god. What's going on down here? What the fuck happened? What was it? God damn it. I really need to get all these base pals and just run and level them up really quick so they have some basic survivability. Hi, babe. What's that?
back into the game. We go streaming.
Huh?
Hmm?
Huh?
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 Back in the game.
Oh, okay.
Forget about me. Don't.
Okay, I'm gonna take some pals and I'm gonna go out and kill a boss.
Nice.
Is it?
Yes. No, no, no.
Thought that was only true in fairy tales.
Mm-hmm.
Meant for someone else and not for me. Forgetting
See, disappointment but all my dream. Then I saw her
face.
face.
I'm a
Now I'm a
believer
believer,
and I
not a
trace
dream.
down in my
Down in my
mind.
mind, I'm in love.
I'm a believer, I wouldn't leave her if I tried.
Sunshine like a rain.
Then I get
So
face. I'm a believer and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer, wouldn't leave her if I tried.
disappointment haunted all my dreams.
Let's hope that they have some basic survivability now.
I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Baby, no, I'm a believer. I'm a believer. Yeah, 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 yeah. Foundation. Mm,
Went this way. That's fine.
mm, dun, dun, dun. Wow, that's where I stopped it. All the
All right, well, really, no target available for Iagiri. That giant fucking scorpion over there. You just had me do Iagiri on a Tokotoku. Wow.
yes, it's just so you could say, "Wow,
Wow.
wow."
Wow. I just been a bit excessive. Did they not level up? No, they did. They just leveled up not very high.
So
Trying to get my base pals levels because things keep coming by and killing them. Run away from you? That's what I thought. Can't believe you took my kill. Something of one.
Oh no,
What?
I've been told to hydrate.
Ha!
Magnus asked me to hydrate.
Good, thank you. That was beautiful.
Thank you. I am now hydrated. That is what you get for hydrating me.
You drink like a dog. Oh my god, my screen still says dinner break.
The eternal dinner break.
Yeah, been dinner break for like an hour now. Don't mind me. There's Lulu. Level 29. Let's see. Berloha. It's really not super here. Lexical for now, I guess, too. And Dine them off. Go to a dungeon.
Mm. Mm. Lay to bed. What a night I sleep on a bed of nails. I wanna be just as close as the home I go to. In a bed of snails.
What?
Hmm? Huh?
Did you say a bed of snails?
Huh?
What did you say?
Nothing.
Did you say bed of snails? I'm losing it.
No comment. Let's go another one that way. I need to fix up my base. I need to go one more. I need it to be symmetrical.
Why? Wanna lay down on a bed of roses.
What a night I sleep in a bed of snails. I wanna be just as close as the holy snail. Bed of roses.
Why are they sleeping? Wake up. We're trying to fight. I need a better sword. My sword doesn't one-shot things anymore.
No.
Stuff says I've actually never looked at his. Stronghold strategist, okay. Motivational user, I did look at that.
My brain tried to say that you said motivational loser.
I don't necessarily care how much he eats. I could make him stronger. I'm gonna pretend that Lulu is the one who I'm fighting with in this dungeon. Come on, Lulu. Oh, she's got Holy Burst, apparently.
I wanna be Just as
You leave her
close
alone.
the Holy Ghost
Good job,
did
Lulu.
lay you down. Oh, sure why that broke, but what a night.
Bitterness. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like
Mm,
that. Oh, I might have one actually.
yeah.
Excuse me, do you want to get in this ball?
No.
It's either that or you're dead.
Okay,
There you
great.
go. Downtrodden. Not you, babe. It
I'm dead. She killed me.
was not me. It was Ryuma.
Mm,
I'm not a murderer. Well, of that.
mhm,
Ooh, Healthifter. Yes, please.
mhm.
Get in my pocket. Stop, he's gonna kill you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I heard a
There we
grumble.
go. I have my own Healthifter Lux now.
I got soft dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Mhm.
Are they hungry again?
Mhm.
I wonder if they're hungry again.
Right, seem to be struggling with their task. Oh my god, it's the Riot client. See, now they have to go around this way an extra. So, dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Mhm. That's the case. This suddenly becomes able to have the door here. Dream of California.
I bred way too many Patalia Agneses and Pernellias.
Okay. This can open up.
Yeah, problem solver.
Mm.
Yeah, itchy, itchy.
Close up eventually.
Shit. Um, I don't have an excess of those. I have an excess of these. It's a breeder. That's currently breeding.
Reverse these. More than a few. I think I give up the option.
How much would he sell for? Whoa.
Just have this here.
Oh, it does tell me the prices anyway. Sort. Sort by price. No, it doesn't look like it. What? I already had a King Quack Chris. Where did I get that shit from? That's level 1? I'm so confused. Oh, I might have bred it by accident. It might have been mutation. Oh, I didn't realize I had woolly bops. I should have realized I had all these things, but I did not. Okay, fine. I'm going back. Let me get him some food. Life is bigger, bigger than you. You are not me. Back then I would love to. Distance in your eyes. Oh no, said too much. Said enough. It's me in
It's
the
me in the
corner.
corner. That's me.
Bottom life, losing my religion. Thought that I heard you laughing. Thought that I heard you sing. I think I thought I saw you come on.
I drink chocolate flavored cognac. You should try that, right? Cognac?
Is that on YouTube?
Try it. It's a delicious alcohol. Yes, it is on
Okay, I was
YouTube.
just curious because I was wondering why I wasn't seeing that.
Um, I don't drink really. Like neither of us really drink. Um,
The only chocolate flavored drink I think I've had is a mudslide, and that shit is amazing. It's like a milkshake with Kahlua in it. It's so good. Unfortunately,
ooh,
it only tastes good going down, not up.
oh,
Look, all
that
I'm gonna
sounds good.
say is if you're gonna have a milkshake, and if you're gonna have any kind of dairy, even if it's got Kahlua in it or not, do not follow it up with a shot of Jack. It's a bad idea. And the only appropriate response to that is no shit, Sherlock.
Shit, no Sherlock. Didn't expect that response, did you, baby?
To say you're right, I was not expecting that response.
um,
I still don't think I entirely know what to say.
got him. This is a really odd base design I've got going on right now. Where does that go for two? What? I'm not supposed to go two. I'm only supposed to go one. Oh, I just wrote a lot.
Tell me today. Hey,
Let's make this symmetrical. 2 away. Mm.
What could go wrong? What, what,
Thank you. Thank you.
I thought that button said search. It said clear. I was dumb.
That's fine. Yeah, I suppose I could actually make this even. If I instead have this go down by 2. Like that.
Let's see. I'm remaking my Mercy party.
Oh, actually, no.
Where
Yeah,
do
cool.
we go? The only one not merciful on that party is Marshmallow, but that is only because I need to be able to get from place to place.
And you'd also don't want to ruin Marshmallow for the other teams.
Hmm?
And you also don't want to ruin Marshmallow for the other teams.
What do you mean ruin Marshmallow for the other teams?
You can still keep using Marshmallow in different teams and not have.
I have everybody in my party has Mercy hit, except for Marshmallow. Because I'm trying to, because they're,
Yeah.
oh shoot, is grass weak to, is ice weak to grass or grass weak to ice?
Grass
Oh,
should
never
be
mind.
weak.
That was an absolute annihilation. Come here, Marshmallow. So in my Mercy team, I have Marshmallow. I have a random Renjishi that just happened to get Mercy hit while I was breeding it. I was like, I guess I'll keep that one. Gildra, which is the mummy thing when fighting together revives, and then Azurobe Christ. I have 2 ice pal. No, yeah, I guess I'm technically not using Marshmallow as an ice pal.
Weird. Let's see how stairs function. Okay. You need.
I know what I want to do now. I do not want to go taming right now. Taming is a very loose word for that, but you know what I mean.
I will go wherever you, way up high or down low, go wherever you.
Workshop first. I need to do that.
Then I will
Go.
go wherever you would go, way up high or down low, or go wherever you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, let me make a better sword. I want an awesome sword. And my sword right now sucks. Can't make
Way
that.
up.
Computer. And I need palladium to make that sword.
Mm-hmm.
Something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you have the time of your life.
Mm-hmm.
Double, but it's right. I hope you have the time of your life. My other sword, which was katana. Oh, I guess it's on the other weapon here. The katana. Oh, it's down here. This does 858 This does 930. It's not too much better. Burn them, maybe.
This is gonna be the risky time. Let's start
Let me.
breaking these.
The computer's 20 by
Okay.
That's so much.
What that?
Oh,
Why
that's
did that?
nice.
That's nice.
Gotta go to your house real quick so you can see what I just made.
No support from this.
You see my sword? Look, look, look. Come here. Come here.
Whoa! Oh, you made a beam sword.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That was cool.
I can't build this there because it doesn't have enough support.
$12.65, $13.75. You think it'd be worth it to like upgrade my compound bow? I mean, like my other one's like, I think it's like 110 damage less.
Maybe?
I don't
Eesh. I don't want that. Ideally, I would have these walls here, but they won't let me put the walls there. Apparently it overlaps with another object that doesn't exist there. I suppose it's a risk for glitch building.
know. I fear changing weaponry. I just want to like look at things, you know, because I don't want to be stuck in the freaking Stone Ages. I can't. Oh, my controller came unplugged.
And from this inner wall,
This level maybe? No, not Sorelight. It's before Sorelight. Core one.
that level. What's that? Does get up there. Cool. Cool. Does that let me? No. God damn it.
Make stuff.
Okay, cool. Don't let me
Where are
forget
they
that.
at? Actually, that's 580, 600.
Not necessary.
That's what Tristan's wearing. Theoretically,
These ones are necessary.
I might just keep the other furnace as long as I can. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to cook sorrelite in it. Cooling and cooling. Ultra shield,
This is that. I don't want to.
advanced shield. Not that many ancient civilization cores. That's fine. Okay. Go down here. Here, sorry.
Stop defending against my exotic balls.
Child.
Don't worry, honey. You're perfect. That is gonna be all. That's gonna be a door.
Do this over here. Swap for.
This is just gonna look like a box right now.
Hmm?
I'm just talking to myself and anyone watching me. Not my point of view. This is just gonna look like a box for now, but that's just for now. Which in fact, get rid of these.
Bam. Deep breath and I get real high and I say from the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey, yeah, yeah.
Hey,
What,
said hey.
what's going on?
What's going on? But hey, what's going on? Mm. Oh my god, did I try?
Right all the time. Institution.
And I'm
Oh
praying.
my God, do I pray?
Oh my god, do we
Pray
pray?
every single day for resolution.
Oh,
Pray just to get my
you.
Damn it.
Scream at the top of my lungs. What's going on?
I have Herbie and Festallion. Herbie, Marshmallow, and Ryuma. And Herbie killed 2 out of 3 of the enemies in this room. I said, hey,
Said, hey,
what's going on?
hey there, baby.
Hey, yeah, hey, yeah.
Hey,
I said,
hey,
hey, what's going on?
what's going on? Mm, mm, mm,
Hey,
mm.
yeah.
What's going on?
Can't see anything, I'm a fucking kill him.
Mm,
Reach silver rank in the arena.
Nice.
It was fun. That last one got a little bit tough. See how far I can get, so. How far did you get?
I got up to the master.
Alright.
I couldn't beat master. Master was just,
Okay, I'll try master and see if I can beat it.
oh my god, she's gonna one up me.
I don't know, maybe not. You might win. Oh, I haven't seen a Bastigon yet. That's nice. They got a fucking grenade launcher. Look at it. Not doing any damage to her. Oh, did the cows die? Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, everything in master tier is perfect pals, like 100, 100, 100.
Oh, okay, 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 I see. It's okay, guys. You guys, hundreds in my book. Actually, what is Ryuma? Did you tell me ever?
I don't think I did. I probably did and just forgot.
I'm coming to you. Why don't you tell me? Because I know you looked at Herbie.
Yeah, Herbie is really good.
Okay, where are you at?
Outside.
Narrow it down. The entirety is outside. You don't have a roof. Okay, find a dog. I don't think that helps me very much. Okay. How is my Frostallion?
82, 71, 72. Very good.
Okay.
Could be
How is
better,
my
but
Dazzy?
90, 35, 83. It does not do good damage, but it's got good health and defense.
And how is this? It was unconscious, it seems. What? Why are you fighting unconscious? What the hell? Stop chopping trees. Oh my god, look at his eyes. They're swirly. Is he bad? You hesitated.
34, 4, 4.
What?
That is rumor.
Ah, no.
Yeah, he no good.
He's terrible. I have to replace him. It's the only explanation. I have to replace him. I have to get a better one. There's no way. That is shit. He's
Mm-hmm.
terrible. You hesitated, and I was like, oh God. Oh God, how bad. That is so bad. I was sitting here thinking that Ryuma was great. No, he's terrible. He's still really good for being terrible, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. He does a lot of damage for not being
Okay.
great, right?
Yeah. All right. I need to make those glasses because I gotta go find me a fucking Bushi. Can I see them before I catch them?
You can if you have the glasses on you.
Okay. Cool. 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 Live for my love. Okay, that's the one, ancient bark. I have to get the other one.
Actually, like that.
I feel like I'm about to learn so much. Pyro's attack is 6. Too bad. Helios's attack is also 6. Who was that just had 99? The Univote Chris, that's yours. 99, 95, 99. Oh my god. My Oh my god. Sakura, that that of that remember that of the water creature I keep wanting to use?
Oh yeah, the ephedrine.
Uh-huh. 100 for attack.
Oh.
What else is it? I'm trying to find out. It's hard to see. So many people in there. Yeah. Wait.
I wanna know.
Oh.
Have you
Oh,
watched
okay, so get this.
me?
So uh
Hmm?
Um, stop. Let me see. What the fuck? 96 health, 100 attack, and 94 defense. That's hers.
Dang.
Yeah. I was like,
Wait, how much? 94, what?
94 defense
Yeah.
and 96 health and 100 attack.
Fuck, that is
Her
amazing.
abilities, by the way, hold on. Her passives, I don't remember where I got her because I remember hers very specifically was like I saw her and I was like, whoa, she's like amazing. And this was before I even saw her stats. Right? Okay. She's got, I think she was a mutation or something. Because she's got 2 stars. I know I haven't done anything with her, right? 2 stars. And she's got King of the Waves, 50% increased movement speed on water. Fit as a fiddle, so increased max stamina. Flame Emperor, which is kind of dumb for that, but whatever. And then immune to heavy explosion or immune to explosion damage. That's why I'm waiting. I'm waiting to be able to ride her as my water mount. Because she's fabulous.
Yeah, yeah. She is very, very, very good.
Yes.
Uh, down the corner.
Riot has 94 health.
Corner.
Chaos has 94 health and 91 defense. Well, this Duelith has 97 health, 70 attack, and 90 defense. Ibushi. Oh no, you're trash. My hamster has no defense. These are. I'm just shook. Shook. Do you hear me? I am shook. Bushi. I'm fucking Ryumo, dude.
It was shaken baby syndrome.
I'm just gonna go find one. I would say find one in the wild, but I'm not. I'm gonna go into this cave. There's no cave. I have to go find another cave. Just can't. Like I know I see it with my own 2 eyes, but I can't believe it. Oh my God! It's a lucky Lulu.
Oh, nice.
Lulu, get in my pocket. Lulu. What's wrong with this sword?
Yeah, but yeah. Like, keep it like this, even though it's not exactly what I wanted. Mm.
Why don't you let me love you? I don't know how to help you. Like, I think you're down to like 1 health. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the strongest Lulu I've ever seen. That bitch did not want to go down.
Itchy, 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 itchy leg. Doing not to base stuff, base stuff, base stuff.
Okay,
Doing
I'm
not
gonna
to
go find
base
the
stuff till
frickin'
I
Bushi
die.
now. Or try to. There's a dungeon over here. Not believe. I'm still just shook right now.
That room is not good.
Yep. I'm giving him. I put so many points and stuff into him. I have to pay to get that all back.
Sacrificed so much for him. Couldn't even bother to thank you.
Yeah, you definitely did not tell me that. So that was definitely news to me. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Oh no.
Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild one. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild one. Would I press that? I want that one. What could do
Still trying to think who I'm gonna use as like my main attack.
wood and then
Who's like a really good fighter in general?
Ooh. Could replace that with that or something? Ooh, baby, baby, so wild. I'll have more luck with these ones.
I just don't think they're going to be Bushy Knox right now.
I think that one's not going to allow me to. Well, I might still be able to get this. Yes! Fine. That's fine. I got the main annoying thing done.
I like that there are some creatures that are just scavengers in this world, and it makes it like, it gives like bodies disappear in a thing. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but sometimes if things die in the world, like a Nightwing will come down.
Oh, I haven't noticed that. That's cool. One eye open. Take my hand. Never land. One eye open. I want to take my hand.
I wonder what would be like a really stupid but fun and powerful, um, like POW. You know what I mean? Like it just looks really dumb. Like if Magikarps were powerful, that kind of stupid.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Like throw a bunch of Magikarps out because it looks funny. And you'd be like, go Magikarp. And you're just like, what the fuck? That's
I
what,
believe in
well,
you,
that's why I was
Magic.
thinking the hamsters.
Yeah, that would be funny.
Oh, my Gloopy has 94 defense. That's nice. I want to see Billy. Billy, I need to know. Billy, come here. 50, 90, 82.
I don't necessarily want these walls. I won't take my never, never land.
don't think I have any pals as bad as Bushi.
Oh, you probably do.
Oh, I'm just like scrolling across picking random ones and like I'm not finding any that are. Oh, I lied. I found a Fuddler with 1 defense.
Mm-hmm.
Breeding pair for those are pretty good. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! It's nighttime. This is the perfect time to go find a Bushi knot. Any Bushis? Hello.
No,
They're
it
in
can
this
be.
dungeon.
Yeah.
I don't want these guys. This is crazy. Put a Bushi down here. Nice shroomers. Okay, kill the shroomers. Let's go.
What would the here? That's more intended.
Oh, I got 6 mysterious mushrooms.
Oh,
I killed
nice.
Shroomer Knox. I knew you were looking for them, trying to figure out how to get them.
Yeah.
To get through that
I
because I
think
didn't want the nighttime to go away. Still, is it getting in the daytime now? I'm not gonna find a bush. No, because there's ghosty boys out. The Sitsiers. That was the quickest night I've ever had. Always when you want something at night, you know?
you're after Bushi knocked.
Yeah.
I'll see if the one that came and tried to fucking fight me is any good.
Is he still here?
I caught him.
Oh.
If I do. He was. Oh, he's worse than your rumor.
Really?
0-30-33.
Damn. I think that's their way of fucking nerfing the Bushies, you know? Maybe they're so good they have to be terrible.
Let me see if any of the Bushis I have are good. None of them have good defense, but I've got 98, 79, 26.
See, I want to see my Bushies. I don't actually look at my Bushies because, like, if I can get a Bushy and a good Sitsier, I don't know if the parents have anything to do with it.
Yes. The potential stats are inherited. It's not
It requires breeding. You can breed up to 100, 100, 100.
Okay.
Just
A
keep
visitor
replacing the
arrived at what
parents with
base?
male
Your
children.
base?
What?
My base? Who's a visitor?
I need to go pee.
Not really. Okay. I love you. Where's the fucking my Bushies? Am I blind? Oh, they're there. The answer is yes. Oh, that one's really good. Oh. This one's really good. I'm gonna try and breed this one. I think what happened was I might have had a really, because if I look at this one right here, I might have had a female Sitsier, and I think that might be what happened.
Maybe. Something that's good. It keeps taking me a while. Is if you scroll through the box over here, is the potential.
Oh, okay. Because I kept doing that because I knew it was there.
Yeah. It's so easy to miss.
It's on the right side.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, babe. All right, I'm gonna look
let
up.
me-
I'm gonna look up to see if there's any other combinations.
Yeah.
But I don't think so. I think it's just Bushy and Sincere.
Let me see what my suit seers are. I think they're pretty decent. Where are my suit seers?
I need a male. Yeah, it's just Bushy and Sincere or Bushy Knock, Bushy Knock.
That's Sucio? No, that's Whisper. What number is Sucio? If you still have it on.
135.
135, okay, so it's definitely not that early. Because I have a couple of suit seers.
I had one at one point. Clearly, I don't know what the fuck happened to it.
Sushi is.
Unless, of course, I just happened to get one out of an egg. I have no idea.
135. Oh, the one by both
What I could do is breed for a Sincere.
You could breed for a suit seal?
There's lots of options.
That no, that's the Mari. It's got to be on one of these pages. What's around it?
It's really got really good stats.
After Dig Toys, after Blaze Howl, after Drillman Tide. Okay. After Yakumo.
Ooh, my Bella Noir has 100 defense.
There they are. Ooh. I mean, I'll solve your problem.
What?
Let me go and to my base and reassign the genders of my suit seers.
Oh. I have a duelist knocked with 93, 98, 94. Can I do it? Can I?
Did I put them in that fucking base?
Duelist knocked plus Patalia equals Sincere or Moraith or Carnib. Okay, hold on. Let's see what these are. So I could do this. Because 93, 98, 94, right? Then
I did put in this
what's
base
my
like a moron.
Taintress? Let's see that. First of all, my duelist knocked is a female. So that's amazing. Well, Moraith is going to be, well, they're both females, so that's not going to help me. Tantris, or Battalion, also female, so not going to help me. Tantris. My male is 88, 72, 89, so still green. I might do that. I might try and see if I can't breed these. What is the stats on your here?
94, 95, 91.
I'll take that. Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm coming here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said I had a really good suit seal. Put it in. Where the fuck did
It's
I
a
put
boy.
it? Here we go. It's a boy now.
Okay.
It wasn't a boy, but now it's a boy. Oh, those are gonna be good. They won't. It's not guaranteed they produce better babies, but it's the only way to increase through breeding.
Yeah.
Is yeah.
Get in there. Get knocking boots.
I got some boots somewhere.
Have you heard that phrase? I don't know if that's a okay. I
Yes,
wasn't.
that
I
is a
wasn't
phrase.
sure if it was a worldly phrase or if it was a southern phrase.
um. No, it's a Peltamer coming through my base.
Anything good?
Wait, no, that's not a Peltamer. That's a legendary gourmet.
I'm just gonna let them sit in there for a while. I'll get a bunch of Bushi knocks and see which one's the best.
The legendary gourmand. Gourmet. Gourmand. Gourmet.
Gourmand.
Gourmet.
Gourmet?
Gourmet. Gourmada. I can sell shit to him. He's selling food. That's it, or else he just functions as a regular merchant. I can make that food. Bitch, don't think you're special. I put on this side of my base. Please don't mess up my base while you're trying to kill that Yakimo.
That's it right there. I'm gonna do some research about strong pals. So if I sort by firepower, similar. Bella Noir is amazing.
Belanoir. You got a really nice Belanoir?
No, I'm looking at stats online and stuff.
Ah. Very interchangeable one. I like that.
If I just go like straight attack, Bellinor is second. Bellinor and Libero right there. Same exact one. Yoshinoct is high up there. Like he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Number 11. He's
Oh,
high.
wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah. In terms of attack.
Dang, that's really good.
HP, he's quite a bit further down. I didn't see him.
Yeah, I imagine he's a bit further down for HP. He's very much a all or nothing kind of.
Where's Cannon?
Yeah.
Defense.
Here comes the sun.
Alright, let's see this Bushi. 5 minutes, I'll see the first Bushi knocked. Oop, in about 5 minutes, I'll see the second Bushi knocked too.
Mhm.
Dragon, fire, water. Dragon, fire, dark.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the Berloha here is kind of killing it because these guys would be breeding so much slower if he wasn't here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is it that they breed slower, or is it they hatch slower? Hold on.
Breed, I believe.
Increase the egg production speed of cows. Wasn't there one that said like egg hatch speed was faster?
Probably.
Increase egg production speed of cows inside the breeding farm.
I believe I remember you saying something about that.
I'm gonna look this up real quick. Work suitability, PAL. Work suit skills, partner skills. Read. Okay. Egg. Oh yeah, while at a base shortens time it takes to incubate eggs, but like that's for a dynamorph. I just don't have a saddle for it. I think it needs a Sorrelite.
Yeah. Anything. Yeah. I see.
Okay. Oh shit. I just got a huge scorching egg.
Ooh.
That's gonna be alpha.
Uh-huh.
Buddy.
Broncherry.
I hope it's good. I'll take a big one. I'll take an alpha. You said broncherry?
Yeah, was that from Broncherry or do you?
No, I actually don't have my egg party in right now.
Oh.
That was just that was on the ground.
Oh, you found one on the ground. Oh.
Well, like I mean they're breeding. They're all on the ground.
Oh yes. Okay, okay. So it was just born that way.
Well, I mean they're both alphas that are they're not both alphas. I don't know about the Sootsier. Maybe it's an alpha.
Why does it sound like things have been breaking in here? Has it been? They have been.
The first and second babies. Okay, well, the first one has Heart of the Immovable King. I don't even remember what that is.
Stamina of sanity reduction, I think.
Oh yeah, that's not going to help me at all. Ew, gross. The one with Heart of the Immovable King has 81 health, 0 attack, and 6 defense.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes they're awful. It's just they have the potential to make a
And
better
then the
baby.
Bushinok, the other Bushinok with Earthquake Resistant, Suntan Lever, and Insomnia has 94, 12, and 82. I'm gonna,
I believe breeding is the only way to get like max.
yeah, well, I'm gonna see how this alpha egg comes out because gross. Okay, so there are different typings against like elemental weaknesses and stuff against the bosses. There's dragon, fire, water, and dark, right? So I can breed a dragon type, I can breed a fire type, water type, and dark type, right? Now, if I do that, I can be stupid with it, which I did talk to, like, I did talk to Mimi. I said, she said you don't have to do, there's no kind of like real meta or whatever. There are some kinds of metas and stuff, but not, you don't have to use it. And said, what was it? She said, if you're playing casually and not trying to speed clear ultra raid bosses, Palworld's surprisingly flexible. A well-bred army with legend, serenity, musclehead, ferocious, condensed to 4 stars can outperform what many people expect, even if the palette itself isn't even considered meta.
Okay, I see. Okay, yeah, yeah.
So, downside is Herbie doesn't really fit any of those elemental weakness types. So. But I am gonna look to see what is the stupidest fucking fire pal I could put out there, you know? That kind of stuff. Oh. Be hilarious. Be super funny. Oh, that's not gonna work at all. Tiny dancer. Okay. I think this one is where I'm gonna go for fire. And then
Mommy goes a tiny dance.
all the dragons look cool. But that one is fire and dragon. And I already have a bunch of those. That could be funny. Yeah, right. I might do that. That makes sense. What about water? Is there a water dark? Because then I can just like, if there's like a dragon fire, got that. If there's a water dark, then that takes care of all of them. There is. Oh, I have that too. Oh yeah, let's fucking do that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna look. See what kind of stats we got. Actually, there's this one. Oh, it's not great.
I_am_sim got off the first plane.
How was your flight?
Oh, first plane done.
I'm so glad that you do GTS because I was tabbed out. I was on a different tab, bro. This is water dark. And this is fire dragon. So I can just do all those, you know? I can just breed 2 types. And depending on which raid boss we do. Okay. I know what I'm gonna do now. Babe, would you like to know my armies or would you like to be surprised later?
I will be surprised later.
Okay.
I
However, I am
underscore
working
M
on Bushi
underscore
first.
Simslord said it was as good as a flight
That's
in
more than
economy
fine.
can be. LOL, nothing went wrong.
Sweet. That's
Yeah,
good.
Oh, thank you, Madman. Thank you.
Sims, do you want to know what Tristan showed me? He showed me that my Bushi is shit. Look at these
It had to be
stats.
done.
Look at these stats.
It had to be done.
It's terrible.
Yeah, thank you, Madman.
So now I'm trying to breed another one. And so far, I got one that's okay and one that is worse.
It was way worse.
But this one right here is going to be an alpha. So we're going to see how that one is. Don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind and design this rhyme to explain. All I know. But they're so cute. Down below, watch the film go right out the window. You didn't even know to watch this. Just a what? See, these two got good stats. This is 81, 93, 94. This one's 94, 95, 91. So you'd hope that they have good babies.
So far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Yeah, thank you, Madman. How are you doing?
M underscore Simslord
How you
said
doing,
how is
Madman?
Palworlding?
It's great, except for the fact that I found out my pal's shit. But I found out I did some research and I realized what two pals I'm gonna breed for raid purposes because that's gonna be fun. Not these guys. I'll show you. Tristan's not looking. He wants to be surprised later. So one's gonna be this one,
So hard
right?
and got so far.
That's gonna be my water dark.
It doesn't
And then
even
this one
matter too far.
is gonna be my fire dragon. That's so exciting. Okay. Please let either one of these be better than my current reunion. Please, please. Preferably the alpha, because that'd be cool. I've wanted like for so long, like the last time whenever I had the alpha Bushi and I really fucking loved it. I wanted the alpha Bushi knocked. But I didn't wind up getting an egg for it. I would love an alpha Bushi knocked. Please.
I'm good. Just join your stream. Glad you're enjoying the stream, Madman, Man of Madness.
Let's go.
Lose it all in the air. It doesn't even matter.
Is it? Oh, this is. Oh. Better than that, but it's like.
I underscore M underscore Simslord said I landed at 5:30 a.m. and it's 7 a.m. now lol. So glad I slept for 3 hours.
That's good.
Yes. Get rid of these ones, would make it look weird.
Oh, that one's got burly body and muscle head.
I underscore M underscore Simslord said slept for 3 hours on the plane of Yuquam.
Why do none of them have good attack? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm blind, deaf, and dumb. Don't know what you mean.
At 5:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. now. Oh, it's good you slept for 3 hours. Yeah. That's work sleeping on the plane. Sometimes it's hard to get sleep on a plane, but if you can manage it, it's wonderful.
I'm so frustrated. I'm so
You're frustrated, man.
Yes, I'm frustrated at the moment. I'm just like,
I'm sorry. Game stuff.
I guess.
I_M_Simslord said TTS needs to learn acronyms hee.
Hee hee. I just want a better bougie. Can you and I go to... I know this is going to be a big shock. Big shock, okay? Can we go to a sanctuary? Are you still building?
We can go to. I'm still building, but I can pause.
Okay.
None of this building is doing any.
Because otherwise, I'm just sitting here staring at these fucking things trying to get them to fuck. Okay? And honestly, I want to move on for the moment, you know.
Who's our favorite pal? Yours is Sekhmet Madman? Oh, who's your favorite pal, my love?
Bushi.
Yeah, hers is Bushi. I would have to say
Bushi knocked specifically.
out of the pals I've seen. Gotta keep opening my freaking map.
I_M_Simslord said what pal am I again? Like the species name.
It's called a bandworm.
I like the look of the Fangalope locks. Is that my favorite? I don't know. Chilodignus is cute. Kitten. I haven't seen the kitten. I haven't caught kitten knocked.
I caught one. It's very bright.
Oh yes, the really okay. Yeah, not kitten knocked at all. Probably Seller's Deer knocked, honestly. It's a very beautiful pal.
Oh, it is very beautiful. I agree. Okay, so I'm looking into the bubble. It does look like there's something wandering around with a light on it. Occasionally scanning. Waiting for you, babe.
I know I was just getting food. I started starving.
Okay.
Am I? Do I have my? I do not have my full pal team.
I_M_Simslord said damn I bored in 30 minutes.
You bored in 30 minutes, Sims? Ooh.
I mean, at least I mean, you should be home soon.
Yeah, we'll be home soon. There we go.
But I'm sure she's about to be on the subway. She was with another man.
You are okay. I'm coming over, honey.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Oh, it's true. Oh, you're well, yeah, I was waiting for you. And damn, I lost it. fish.
I underscore
Been a
and
day,
underscore
man.
Simslord said I'll land in 3 hours-ish, and I'll be home in like 4-ish depending on traffic.
That's good. You're in Charlotte? Why is it going to take you 3 hours to get to Charlotte? Or get to New York? Are you flying it on the ground? I love fish. I really suck at it.
No.
That's okay. That's what it is.
I distracted you because I kissed you and then you couldn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's 3 hours-ish and you'll be home in like 4-ish depending on traffic. Nice. Soon, Sims. You're almost there. Hey, honey.
Hi, babe.
Oh my god. Wee. I swim. You were invisible on my
I
screen.
underscore M
I'm
underscore
on my horse.
Simslord said Charlotte to JFK
Yeah, I
10
can see
a.m.
that.
was the original ADA,
I
but
can see
the
your
plane
name. I
did
know
get
where you
here
are.
early, so probably earlier than that.
This lava?
Is this where we get ancient lava?
Oh, maybe. Kind of pyron knocked.
It's true.
Hey, you want to get in my pocket?
Ancient lava, yes. Yes, these are ancient lava nodes.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Get in my pocket, please. Ow, very rude.
Oh, I got spotted by a drone.
Shit.
Oh my god.
I got a pyron knock. That's something. I didn't have one of those before.
Where's the... Oh my god, the drone's up. Oh, I'm dead.
No!
I would imagine this one might be a no-no. Control drones
No!
at level 80. Holy crap.
No!
Run, baby, run!
I died. No, my hamster. He's coming to get me. Good job, Herbie. I'm escaping.
Stop paying attention for like half a second and...
I don't know how I'm going to get out of here because it's just me and Herbie.
Everyone else is dead?
Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's okay. I have a revive thingy.
Oh, nice.
Get the fuck out of here. He's got like no health, but... Or she's got like no health, but I was able to fly back. Yeah. That's been like me hesitating to go over there. It's because...
This is our first time going into the sanctuary, finally.
And already my fucking deer dies. He's legendary. There were level 30-something pals in there. How are we supposed to avoid those?
They have a red light, like a
Well,
searchlight.
yeah.
And I stood in it by accident because I didn't know what was going on. I was stuck underneath like the hill. Damn. Which one is this?
I underscore M underscore Simslord said,
Two, I
ignore
think.
previous message, meant to TTS it, bro I can't claim daily plushie throw BC it's still the same stream. But it's been 10 hours for me ha ha ha.
So far there's just
It's been 10
two?
hours since I started streaming. What do you mean? Not just 10 hours for you. Just get Warsec Terra's belt schematic.
I have no idea which one of the This is the Astagon.
Oh, you're back down there?
Yeah, I had to go get my bag.
Okay. Well, Marshmallow's fucking in a bad shape.
I underscore M underscore Simslord said fuck you're right.
Spell out.
I_m_simslord said I felt like I time traveled for a good minute.
No. It's been 10 hours.
Yeah,
Oh,
we've been
what's that?
streaming for about 10 hours.
That. Okay, I got another one. Artisan. I got a Majax. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Nice.
Trying to like see what else is over here. The Majax over there. Oh, it looks like there's crevices and stuff I can crawl into. That's nice.
It looks like there's what?
Crevices I can crawl into. Hold on. There's no
Oh,
way
to
they're gonna
hide
see
from
me. Maybe.
drones.
Maybe. That's what I'm saying. No way. No way you spotted me. I'm in a rock. Bullshit.
That's fucking bullshit.
I was literally hiding. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Oh my god.
What's the idea? Like, am I not supposed, like,
You're not
You're not
supposed to
supposed to get caught.
how am I?
'cause
Obviously, I'm not supposed to get caught. That's why I went inside the. That's why I went inside the rock. I'm gonna die again. Nope, not gonna make it.
Hang on, I might be able to revive you. Stop trying to fight it, Neptune. Just fly away. Okay, it's on our road. I'm coming back. I'm gonna revive you, my love.
Babe. You.
Okay. You're welcome, honey.
Jesus fucking Christ. You suck. Oh my god. Look at Marshmallow. She's drunk.
Marshmallow strong. Neptune strong.
Drunk. Look at the
what?
eyes.
They look normal to me.
Oh, look on my stream then.
Oh, I see.
I_m_simslord said oh.
Wow.
I_m_simslord said oh. I figured out
Just
why it's
fucking
technically
unconscious.
considered a 3-hour flight. Boarding is included in that timing. We depart at 8 and land at 10 though. Even though boarding starts in like 20 minutes.
That place is insane. Figured out why it's technically considered a 3-hour flight. Boarding is included in that time, and we must be departed.
Okay, so that was the first sanctuary. Let's try another one. That sucks. I don't like that one.
At least they've got some ancient lava.
Yeah, it's true. I got a little bit. I got like 18, I think. I just stole it from you,
I got 60. I'm happy with 60.
which is needed for anything. I want ancient bark. That's what I fucking want.
That might be in a different sanctuary or the world tree.
Maybe.
I think.
Let's go to another one. Let's see.
Sometimes.
Let's go to the one by Seabreeze Archipelago. South.
Okay, while we're going there, I'm going to put my flyer in a.
How more am I supposed to fight a boss? You said you're gonna do something with your flyer?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the thing to
Heal.
res it. Yeah. I don't need another flyer. I'll catch something. Okay, right back to you. Those drones are incredibly brutal. And yeah, thank you for
There's a
the.
patch on his backpack from Australia that says "Tastes like Australia" with Vegemite next. Okay.
Oh, that's lovely.
one gonna be more or less scary? So far, I don't see a drone. Maybe less scary. Nope, see a drone now.
Hopefully they're not all level 80. Yeah, we're expecting it to be in the world tree. The ancient bark. Number 1 wildlife sanctuary.
Just sneaking in. I'm walking in on foot. I don't care. Oh,
Says this tree. Give bark. I can't even hit the tree. Level 20 Ixidia Terra.
to get one of those. Oh, look, flowers. This is nice.
Oh,
This looks a lot. This aesthetically is a lot better looking
Valet.
than the other
Yeah, this one does look nice though.
ancient bark.
You got some ancient bark?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you get it from?
The tree.
Oh, the stump
Yeah.
things. Okay, cool. We've been missing out on a lot of these things. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mysterious mushrooms.
Ooh, are they just around?
Chop down the trees.
Oh, cool.
Or chop down the mushrooms.
You can chop down the mushrooms? Nice. This one definitely seems a lot easier to navigate as well.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I mean, there's not lava.
yeah. Is this going to be some kind of special ore? Probably not.
Oh, mushrooms. Regular mushrooms.
Oh, beautiful flowers. Take those.
Set up there. This area is so pretty.
This is so pretty, this one.
I like this one. I should build a base in here.
I have a feeling you can't build.
Don't kill my dreams.
Well, this one also seems bigger.
I don't know. Probably.
The other one seems small and flat, and then it had like 2 drones. It was hard to avoid them.
Oh, wait. I'm gonna go see what the boss is.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Caught all the Ichthydia terrors I needed.
Oh, is it the flower? Is that a valet? I don't know if the valet is a boss or if it's a... No, I don't think I'm at the boss yet.
Yeah, the valet is pretty though. Or the flower part of it at least. I haven't seen the face of it much. Might have an ugly face, might be the ugly butterfly.
The ugly duckling.
What is this?
Gotta go up and see what
Oh,
the
it's
boss might be.
pretty pink flower, but it looks like they have a line into a cave. The boss might be in a cave.
Oh, actually, that makes
Ooh,
sense.
Hillgrove.
Makes sense. Let me go down. Where are you at?
I won't follow the river. Follow the pretty flowers.
I don't see what flowers you're talking about.
These like pink
Tristan,
dandelion
where the
looking
fuck are
things.
you? Oh,
Oh, you went the other way?
I see the flowers now.
Yeah. Looks like they're making a path. These mushrooms you cut down? Oh, ooh.
That's a lot of mushrooms, dude.
Mushroom.
Must have someone with logging foreman. I don't see nothing. Like an exit. Of course.
It might be an exit. Oh yeah, it does look like an exit,
Okay,
doesn't
yeah,
it?
you can't build here. I was just curious.
go around. I don't have a flyer, so I can't get up.
The fucking.
I could use this to jump straight into the cliff and not up. Whee! Oh, it lagged, so I couldn't get off. I think we're at the point where we might need to
It's a Grisbolt.
Oh.
Okay.
I need that for a quest, actually. I don't know where it is, but I know it's a Grisbolt because it's on my map. Oh, it looks like there's another cave. No, maybe not. I'm confused. Where the fuck is the Grisbolt?
Heading north along the cliff. Yeah, I see the Grisbolt on the map. Now we need that Grisbolt.
Dude.
It says it's directly here, so it must be in a cave.
Yeah. Also, I'm wondering if we just got unlucky with the way that we went into that other sanctuary. Cause like,
Possibly.
oh, I found the cave. I found the Grisbolt.
Oh, it's got some crystal at it. It is possible we just got unlucky and went straight in and then got stuck in the crevice.
I'll be mine, bitch.
You wanna get this one?
Yeah.
Actually got some decent stats. 60, 84, 75. Get in Grisbolt, Grisbolt.
Zoe's gonna be so impressed.
You probably catch him by now.
Probably.
Only level 30. It looks like YouTube might be delayed by a bit. I need to see how delayed it is. Maybe the chat is delayed itself.
Yeah. Fine furs.
Doesn't look like the stream's delayed, so the chat might be a bit delayed. But yeah. You got some fine furs from it? Oh no, I had fine furs.
Yeah.
The passive one. Okay. Nice. I can't really pick anything else up.
That's okay. We can leave.
I mean, I can catch more things, but like my inventory's full of ancient bark and lava. Ancient lava from the other one.
Yeah. I don't have a ton of ancient lava, but I have like 150 ancient bark. Should I get more?
I like the rework they've done to these sanctuaries, but I
Yeah.
hate those fucking drones.
Oh, the drones are the worst, bro.
I guess just head north. Is there no drone in this one? You said you saw the
I
drone.
thought I
didn't you?
did.
Maybe there's only one drone and then somehow I've managed to avoid it. Whee!
And what, there's like two of like the worst placed drones and the other one?
Yeah. I swear that just the sanctuary itself is just... No, it looks to be about the same size.
Yeah.
It's just
It's just flat and open. Nowhere to hide. No way to avoid. Well, I haven't got this.
What is this over here? What is that? What is glowing over here?
I guess you can finally complete the Zoe quest.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I feel bad now. Should you have got it? I don't know. Like the way you said it.
No, it's fine. Like you can complete it. I'll go on later and then.
Why do I have another marine echo bone? What am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah,
I was
yeah. I think they respawn.
apparently. I didn't think they respawned. I was like, what the hell is this?
Maybe they expected to hand the quest in and just. Yeah, I'm getting some quite a bit of stuttering.
Yeah, I am too.
I think the game's telling a story started.
Maybe.
That's a good gummos.
Let me put whatever eggs I've got now. Stuttering.
That and what are these clusters? Wood, as expected, and ancient lava's ores. Okay,
Okay. Are you home?
I am home. Yes,
I'm gonna restart the game.
I'm gonna move on to the just chatting stream screen until we get back to into things.
Hmm.
Nope, I just passed the 10-hour mark on mine.
Yep, 10 hour and 8 minutes for me.
Yeah, you did start like 8 minutes before me because I had to pee and set up.
Yeah, I didn't even set up. I just like set up after I went live. And I got rated like 3 minutes after I got live.
Yeah, that was
It
insane.
was funny.
I've never seen a raid that early.
Me either. Uploading to the cloud.
Oh, there's an update. Maybe.
What?
Yeah, there's an update.
Was there?
Yeah. Oh no.
What?
It's patching all the files. It's gonna take 40 minutes.
Mine didn't have an update.
Weird.
Oh, let me close Steam. Not close Steam, let me close the game. Well, I guess we'll fucking find out what it is.
Yeah, store page. Yeah, builds one today.
Properties. Updates. Well, I'm just not
Oh,
finding what. How big is it? I'm gonna close out my Steam, guys. And when I do
it's
that,
downloading fine. It's already finished downloading. It's just got to patch all the files because apparently there was an issue where save data could be unintentionally discarded after certain
I have to
things.
restart. Restarting Steam, so my VTuber's gonna disappear. You said save data could what?
They fixed something where the save data could be unintentionally discarded after certain operations.
Oh. Oh, I didn't know
And I
what
guess
that was.
because of that, it's got to patch all the files. So
Well, that's why every single time that we reloaded, I would sit and wait for I'd sit and wait for the it to upload to the cloud. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't just like restart automatically. I
yeah,
would sit there and like wait for it to be like it'd be like going to 100, and then I'd wait for it from there. Oh my God, my face! I've lost it.
yeah, I can't feel my face when I'm with you. Yeah, this small patch was today. It's not given a time, but it was at some point today. It patched. So
Come on. Give my face back, please.
So yeah, now we just. Oops.
I'm just gonna close it. Close VTuber Studio. I'm just gonna control alt delete on this shit because it is so confusing. It's like task library update failed. See, that's what I mean. Resume. Be bridger and task.
I wish you had some amazing friends and people like you guys to play Palworld. You two are amazing. Well, we are married.
Yeah, I wish I had a friend like
We
you,
do everything.
Tristan.
Yeah, I wish I had a friend like you.
Resume. Come on, bro.
You are my best friend.
Yeah, you're my best friend.
I love you, honey.
Palworld. Disk write error. Pardon.
Yeah, so basically we have 40 minutes to kill before it patches. What time is it?
Disk write. What do you mean disk write error? Is it because I fucking... Is it because I moved the files?
So my love,
Yeah.
do you want me to run across the road? We've got half an hour until it shuts.
What? Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm trying to...
Oh, you're encountering some Steam issues.
Yes. It's not letting me update it.
Weird.
You say weird, I say every single time I click it, it says there's a write error. Maybe I'll open Steam with, might be I need to run it with administrator.
Maybe. It does say run as administrator does help. And
Yep, it's working now.
Okay, cool. Verifying integrity and clearing the Steam cache or apparently other
Yeah, I
ways.
know. I was trying to avoid verifying the integrity.
That will take you 30 minutes just for you to update for 30 minutes.
So you said, what do you mean by you said it's updates for 30 minutes?
Well, the download's only 203.7 megabytes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's patching all the files.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You said, okay, you said that it was for what?
It's just bug fixes where people were having their saved data deleted.
We haven't had that here.
Sunshine, lollipops,
I have something going on. Something happened. I don't know. I'm on my wrong screen. Thank you for the follow, Colossal Fossil. Welcome in. Sorry, I don't have a face at the moment. If you give me a couple minutes, I'll have a face. I just have to load it back up. I moved a bunch of stuff around, so I'm trying to figure out where I put it. No, not live 2D. Not live 2D. Yeah.
I love you, honey. I will be back soon.
I love you too, gay boy.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to run VBridger and VTube Studio on not Steam.
I forgot that my reactives muted state is crying. So I'm just sitting there crying.
Never meant to do these things to you. And so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know. Na 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 na. love you too. Connect. Disconnect. Okay, what if I run as administrator? Yeah. Cannot find it. Okay.
Do you want to grab more granola?
Huh?
I'm gonna grab some more granola.
Yes, that'd be great. So if you pardon me, let me check chat. You're welcome. Happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm currently, let's see. I'm trying to, because for some reason my VTube Studio, not without Steam, my start without Steam thing isn't working. But I think it's because I changed the location of it is what happened. Oh,
Thank
very
you for the follow.
nice.
Thank you very much, Colossal Fossil. I ran away temporarily. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay, bye, love you. I just do this then. I just like I don't want it to interrupt Palworld. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's loading now. I may have VBridger off. Still put it on normal. Failed to write log. Make sure VTube Studio has write permissions. Might have to start VTube Studio as an administrator for macOS. Okay. I will start VTube Studio through Steam because that works. And I didn't mean to load up Palworld on the screen, so shit. So how are you doing? Like, you playing Palworld too? There we go. I have face now. I'm getting a new face. I'm getting a new face next week. Did this load up booze again, son of a bitch. Not next week. I said next week. August 1st, I'm getting a new face. And it's really exciting. I'll try playing it again. Let's just load it up for the third time. No worries. I'm going to read the patch notes. Fixed an issue where saved data could be unintentionally discarded after certain operations. Fixed an issue where burning status could continue after touching a campfire. Fix an issue on PlayStation where a save error will repeatedly occur when attempting to return to the title screen. Fix an issue on Xbox where the game could freeze for approximately 30 seconds after teleporting. Eee. Well, mine's fucking loaded. I don't know what his is talking about. Having to patch everything? I'm so confused. What's funny about my name on Twitch is that I'm Madman YTS that subscribed to your hubby. Oh, I see. Well, welcome in, Colossal Fossil Madman. You can change your YouTube. You can change your handle on Twitch if you want to. So if you want to be both. I don't. Why is his taking 30 minutes? Weird. This is like, it has to change every single thing. I'm like, start game? I mean, mine's not having to redo everything? I don't know what his is talking about. Ah! Yum, yum, yum. It's delicious. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, I don't know what he was talking about with it. He said, I mean, I patched it. It did the thing, and then I think, let me check. Pretty sure. I'll go and see if it did it. I said completed. That's weird. I don't know why his is taking so long. He said he's going to take half an hour. He just went to the store. Oh well. So these are all going to be bushies. And I really hope I get a good one because this right here is... What are you doing, Bougie? He knows he's getting replaced, probably. Okay. Just gonna go to sleep. Nobody else is on the server right now, so I can go to sleep. I think he went to go get more monsters. Okay, so I'm gonna breed like 40 of these. 20, not 40, but you know, a lot. Oh yeah, this looks way better. I'm so glad we patched it. What the fuck keeps happening? Stop. Jesus. What else is derping out? Yeah, right. They were just like inside each other. I was like, I get you're supposed to be breeding, but I mean, like, you kept disappearing. The fuck? Oh, shit. Bitch, if you could just, like, not attack the tree from all the way over here, that'd be cool. I'm gonna make those other glasses. Not these, because I have these. I want these. Because it is like... It is a mercy ring and glasses in the same thing. So I can do that. And then I can put my defense thing back on wherever I put it. I think I put it in my storage. I don't remember what storage I put it in. I think I put it upstairs because I think I thought it was a DO. I think I thought it was a blueprint. Because I'm not very bright. I did do that now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it's right here because I thought it was a blueprint. It was not. There we go. I like my defense being back now. I can still see their hidden potential. Yay! Okay, what else was I shirking on crafting because it needed ancient bark? What about the other one? This one? No, not this one. This one? No, that needs ancient civilization cores, which we know how to get that one now from raids. So what's happening there? Oh, I have no idea. It's just like because the game restarted, it put everything back at like where they spawn in through this PAL box. And so, and the food thing is also here at the same time. So they all spawned here, and then they all just started working without actually leaving this area. Don't have any recipes for things that maybe I wanted to craft but couldn't. Oh, like this right here. I don't want these though. Oh, this one's not bad. Oh my god, these boots. Can I make the Mach 2 version? Or just do the Mach 1 version? Because I could use some double jumping. Double dash air boots. Dark fragments. I'm close to being able to get those. I don't want just a double dash though. I want the double jump. Yeah. I don't want just that. Wasn't there another one? Air dash. So one air dash. Then one jump. Then this one is a double dash. I thought there was a double jump one, like double jump. I don't like any of those. I mean, they're not like super crazy anyways. I think I want to craft. What was the snowman? Sorry, I'm looking through all the DIYs that I know I haven't got yet. Plasma multicutter. This is what he made. He can use it to mount up to special ores. I don't know what needs ancient bark. I kind of want to Google it, but I also don't know. All right, let's see what we can make. I wanna try and make these right here. I should be able to make this. I've got that. 30 computers, 20 batteries. I don't know why you were talking about it taking 30 minutes. I loaded it up right away, babe.
Get done while I'm gone. But said it was going to take 30 minutes.
Huh. It didn't take me any time at all. And thank you, babe.
Yours is on an NVMe.
Oh, that's true.
So
Granola
that's what
bars.
took me so long.
Well, you're having a hard time finding it?
I found found the granola bar section.
Yeah.
Those are behind the other granola bars. The other granola bar pack is a mixed variety.
Love these granola bars. They're so fucking good.
That you love the honey.
Mm-hmm. How do you like Palworld so far compared to some other games you've played? I like it. Probably. I like it more. Like, I played Ark for like 6,000 hours, and that was fine. I say fine. I was addicted to it. This seems like easier and it's different in the combat style. Um, I like Souls-like kind of combat where it seems like my my ability to dodge and everything like that is helpful. However, it's like I also feel like in Terraria I was a summoner. I like summoner classes too. Melee and summoner classes usually what I like. And this combines both of those, I think.
Oh, Colossal Fossils,
I
Madman.
made myself some Pal Tamer glasses, so it's the hidden potential thing and a mercy ring at the same time.
Hmm. Can I get the code, my love?
Hmm?
Can I please get the code?
No. Nope, you can't play with
Okay.
me. I don't like you anymore.
So we'll
February
play it.
4th, year 4.
Interesting.
Palworld is more relaxed than Ark. I've also played it. Yeah. Yeah. Palworld is considerably more relaxed than Ark, and I like it that way.
I'm happy, no sharks.
I'm happy that if my pals die, it's not forever.
Mm-hmm.
30 computers, which is 60 bio thingies.
Oh, stop on that.
This game has like the best of everything I like from other games.
I was gonna say that. It's like it's
Everything I like in other games is like almost into one. I love it.
there's one thing that games run into the issue of is they try to take the best of everything in the genre, and it just doesn't work well together.
And
But
this
they
one
just
does.
try and brute force it. This one works amazing.
You got the cute pals from Pokemon. You got unlocking engrams. There's the satisfaction of chopping down trees that you got from Ark, and you also got from like New World and stuff like that. Chopping rocks and
New
stuff.
World.
New World had potential, dude, but it just flopped.
If it was in a game company where they've actually made an MMO and the devs were people that had made an MMO, then that
The
they
foundation was crumbly.
Mm-hmm.
It was a game built on a foundation of sand.
Actually,
Unfortunate.
yeah. I played the hell out of New World when it released.
I told you. I
Mm-hmm.
was the first to level 60 on my server.
I think I was one of the top 10 or 20 to hit level 60 on mine.
Basically, what happened was is I played the beta and figured out how to grind. You know what I did?
What's that?
Town board quests. That was literally it.
Yeah.
They gave
That's all you
so
need to
much
do.
stupid experience.
The server I was on, I mean, I would have done the same thing, but the problem was that I was playing with other people and they wanted to do other things, and it's like,
Imagine playing with other people. Other people wanted me to be in their clan, but I said no. I was in a clan with my friend Big Papa, and we
Oh
called
yeah,
ourselves the Cranberry Coalition, and our only rule was every time you come across cranberries, you have to go, cranberry, and then pick it up. You'd love to play with us on Palworld someday. Maybe one day. I'm not going to sit here and say that maybe we won't come up with a server with it one day. I'm going to say that it's not going to be anytime soon.
yeah, yeah. Well, it
Be
won't be until we are
done
done with
Hmm
everything.
everything.
We don't have a big enough community yet to justify getting a server for the community. However, if we grow to a point and the server in the community wants a Palworld server, absolutely. Absolutely. I've already considered doing it for Minecraft before. Well, I actually did do it for Minecraft once, but nobody played on it. Which is why it's important for me now that we don't do stuff like that unless we have a decent sized community that actually is looking for it.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
otherwise nobody's gonna play it. And then I'm just throwing money away every month.
but you like throwing money away
I
every
need to
month.
be on a net positive.
What's my? Why can't you? Oh, it's a cryo thing now.
There's one girl who was streaming, right? I'm just gonna say her name was Jasmine. Um she's a Minecraft streamer, and she was complaining to me that she was trying to make a living off of playing Minecraft. Now to be fair, she'd been streaming for like a month, right? And she was like, I don't know how people can do this for a living because I only made like I think it was like $2,000 or whatever last month.
What?
What?
And I was like, pardon me? What?
In a
In a
month?
month?
Yeah. Apparently she had a really big, um, already big established Minecraft community, and then she just started streaming. And what she did is she like made custom things for Minecraft that people could spend real money to like get like plushies and stuff like I don't know. It was weird. I didn't understand it. And it was like a big Gamba thing. Where it's like you played the game and you got keys and you could buy more keys and then it would unlock these. I don't know.
And she was complaining that 2,000 a month
Oh,
wasn't.
I was not very happy with her. I stopped talking to her after that because I was like, wow, you sound incredibly privileged. Like, what was I supposed to say? Like, originally she was like, I can't make a living off of this. And I was like, oh, yeah, it's not going to happen right away. If you want to make a living off it, you got to keep putting time in. You got to, work really hard at it. And it's going to.
That's
That's
someone who's
someone who is
And then
just.
she came back and told me how much she made. I was like, what? Are you kidding me?
That is someone who is so incredibly ungrateful for anything
It's
and
just
everything.
like, I don't know. Like, I feel like if somebody's born with a silver spoon in their mouth, that maybe they don't know, like, how much people usually make off something like that.
Mm-hmm. The majority of. I would have loved her to be hit with the majority of people making zero.
Yeah. Like, I was all excited because the other day I made $6.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Haven't checked how much I made.
I want to make it a
Let me know what-
career. I'd be
Yeah.
fine with $1,100 a month, maybe. No, I'd probably want more. But
It's a good start.
yeah, it's a good start. If that everybody could feel the way I do about you now. I already need 20 of those too. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have eggs in the house really quick. Hopefully those eggs have hatched. And I've got like at least one good bushy. That I would like to say to you, and I don't know how. But maybe you'll be the one that saves me. I don't know, look at it. Okay, let's see what we got. 11.95.84. I like the 95 attack. That's nice. 0.92.91. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's possible.
81.194.
Oh, that's really good.
Just gonna put that down there.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. 81.95.91.
I see. Mhm.
Okay. So I might breed this one. Mostly because I want my Bushi to be a boy. And I could sex change it, or I could try to get the 100 on something else. You know, 100, 100, 100, that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Either way, I'm pulling the Bushi and the Sitsir off of the breeding thing.
A ton of biobearers. Attached to Celine. Boss Pal. Nice. Nice.
Oh,
Very
nice. Okay, so that is 81,194. What are the other ones?
I did not mean to hop into the bed. Sure, the pals would like to snuggle though. Especially Lavender.
Hmm. 11. 0. 81. 94, 94. Okay, so if I breed these, oh, that's a fucking girl again. Another girl. 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 Okay, this one could work. That one's got 94, 35, 91. They're only hatching level 40 hatchling Palworlds. Nice. What are you doing up here? Stop putting your milk on the ground up here. What are you giggling about? What are you kicking about?
I'm making a weapon. Finally upgrading my weapon.
What is it?
The charge rifle.
I see.
So my musket's gonna be going from 1,800 for my weapon. From 1,800 to hang on. I want to do that first. Never mind. I want to save resources. Hang on. I'm not making the weapon yet. But when I can, it'll be 12,500. Just a small increase. Yeah, 4 circuit boards.
Good music. What needed ancient lava?
What was that?
What was it that needed ancient lava? Was it a saddle?
I'm not sure. Possibly.
If I scroll up and just go down things.
What else is in my battle team?
Oh, this is what I want. Light. Hmm. Down and cry. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna see if they've got like recipe lists or something of material. Ancient lava. Okay. Wampo Charm, Warsec Terra's Belt, Airwalker MK2, and the Ring of Trust. The Ring of Trust is what was needed, babe.
The Ring of Trust, okay.
Okay, and now Ancient Bark. What was needed for that? That was Reptero Charm, Islander's Tool Belt, Pal Tamer's glasses, Airwalker. Okay, so I made the glasses already. What other material?
Yeah. I will you got some of the ancient lava, didn't you? You got 18 or something, right?
What?
You got some ancient lava before as
Yeah.
well? Okay, I will.
I ain't worried about it. I'm not making that ring right now.
That's okay, but I've made my ring, so I don't need
Oh
any.
my god, everybody get off
lava.
the fuck off my shit, dude. Why's everybody piled up in here?
Just a bit past it. Oh, sweet little Batman.
Anyways, I'm gonna go check on those eggs while they're doing this. Make my egg group. Where did you
Name it an egg hatching
go?
group.
No, I already had the group. I just need to use it.
Oh, okay.
I got my egg group.
I need to check.
There it is. Yep.
Where do we go? Well,
Demon God. Excuse me?
Oh, you got Demon God. Nice.
What is Demon God?
Demon God is basically attack. It's like one of the strongest attack passives, I believe.
Where'd it go?
Demon God.
Okay. It has motivational leader, increase player work speed. Demon God. Attack plus 30, and then defense plus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 94, 95, 94. I'm okay with that. The thing is, there's only one problem.
Yeah.
It's a girl. I need sex change.
Come to my base and do it. I've got like 4 in storage or something, so you can just do it from wherever.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He hold on. I need to pay to get all this shit back. All my fucking points. Reset. Oh right. I forgot they made it so much cheaper.
They made it a lot cheaper to reset, yes.
Okay, thank goodness. Okay. Let me get her. Oh my god, that's so exciting. Okay. Okay, your base.
Let's come to my base. It's
You have a
around
reverser.
this morning.
You have a
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Where's
The table. I'm standing right next to the table right now. Just turn around from when you spawn in.
okay?
They made it so much cheaper and it's really nice.
You said you have one.
Yeah, they're in my storage. You can just use it
Oh,
from there.
where's your storage?
You don't need the storage. You can just use the searchable table and it'll use
I don't think that's how it works. Oh, it is. Oh, that's right. Duh, I'm stupid.
it. Brando! Hello! Thanks for your positivity checks all the time.
I'm so excited. Sorry. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. This is the new Ryuma. 94, 95, 94 with Demon God. All right, let me see.
Ruma got a bit of an upgrade.
A little bit. All right. Oh, shoot. I have no idea what you did. Brave? No, I mean, I don't need brave. I need ferocious.
Very ferocious.
Motivational leader, increasing player work speed. Active skill cooldown reduction.
There is a gold version of that. Serenity is the gold version that you can buy from the arena.
Right. You're right. I should wait. Hold on to that one. It's gonna. You understand how to get all the other skill chips? The arena, you can get some, and then
And then the
bounty.
coin-
Dog coins? No.
dog coins.
No.
No, bounties. It is the
Bounties,
bounties.
yeah.
And there might be another thing later, but we haven't figured out. I was seeing something somewhere saying that you could get the rainbow passives, but as consumables. I don't know the validity of that, but
I don't know. There's a lot of them already in there.
yeah. You have a 16, I think? So 12 or 16 you get by default.
Okay, I forgot to make this thing again.
Yeah.
And now, the other thing we want to do. do this real quick. There's that one female with 100 attack. And I'm just going to save that. There we go. I'm going to favorite that one. Just keep that around. As far as the other ones, though.
Yeah, it's just all the implants are the ones you can get from, or the ones you get by default. The arena merchant and the bounty hunter officer. Any other passive you want, you have to get by breeding, or yeah, by breeding basically, or catching them with with it, but then you'd breed them.
Okay, well now he has 13 or 3 stars. I almost said 13 stars. That would have been weird.
That would have been overpowered if he had 13 stars.
Just a little. Max to 4, but he has 13 somehow. And now we're gonna come over here. We're gonna kill this Talia, or not Patalia. Lylene. Where's Lylene? Lylene. Lylene. Oh, there you are. Hey, Lylene. How you doing? Now he's level 61 instead of level 16. He does.
Nice.
Oh my god, the attack is way different now.
What was it?
I want to say before it was like... I don't remember. I don't remember, but it was not 1,980.
Yeah, that's gonna be a slight increase.
Um, uh,
Mm-hmm. He's gonna destroy some things.
I'm just gonna take a small walk. Take a small walk down the beach, you know.
Beach.
Hold on, I have to see what abilities he has. That's important for me. Oh, while in party, if not in combat, increases the player's melee weapon damage by 51%. Yeah, right.
This one.
Alright, fuck it. Oh, that boss is up there. Let's see. He's so pretty. I love seeing those green numbers. Oh my lord.
Ika, good
Hi,
morning.
Inka.
How you doing,
Okay,
Ika?
Bushi, look. I know you're like using your fireball and you're all excited to kill this bird that's in the sky, but you missed. Like, bad. You missed really bad. You shot out like 40 fireballs and hit with none of them. That bird didn't even know he was having fireballs thrown at him.
I really don't like that door style. How are you doing, Hika?
He just one-shot a boss.
What level?
55.
And what level is he?
62.
After the boss. Dang. He's strong. He's very strong.
I love him.
I think you're happy.
I am very happy. Wait, where's my music?
Where is the music? Did the playlist end?
I think so. Yeah, because it just went back up to the top. What do we listen to now?
Hika, recommend a genre.
Recommend a genre, Hika. Don't be stupid about it. I will ignore you if it's dumb.
You will be ignored and you will be judged.
She's not saying nothing. Um,
I know you just woke up, Hika, but the
oh my
rest of the
god, here's
stream
one
will
called 90s Hits Top 100 Songs of the 90s. Oh, okay. I like it. So far, the list looks good to me.
That sounds
This
good.
is not what I hit at all.
It's too early. It's okay, Hika. We found something. How are you doing, Hika? How have you been? It's been a while.
Oh!
Oh?
He just killed a Wumpo. He hit it for 10,919.
A little bit of damage. I do know the damage changes based on their defense, so
Okay.
yeah, but
All right.
still.
All right. Well, here is a Bushi. Here's a level 56 Bushi with 90 defense. Hold on. I don't know what he's fighting.
Not the Pel's talent defense. I mean, like the level of the Pel dictates how much defense and stuff it has.
All right, Raymond. Buddy, you have got to get rid of the fireball. The flame funnel thing. No, that's terrible. Terrible. You keep missing. You keep missing. All right, I'll give him Irigiri because I want him to be able to use that on his own. That's a good attack. Oh, son, I'm talking to you. Oh, yes, son, I'm talking to you. And he's an alpha, which means he's bigger. Get your butt over here. What are you doing? Oh, how did you do that? I didn't even see you. Oh, fire. Firewall is really good. He uses that a lot. It's really good. I'm not gonna, I'm not like the biggest fan of the visuals of Apocalypse, but it's really good. So
Yeah,
I can't say
Apocalypse is really
anything.
good.
Oh shit. How'd you guys eat all your food already? You guys are destroying that. What the fuck? Okay, you guys can just eat straight potatoes and carrots 'cause you got a shit ton of those. Are you guys following me? They're literally following me. They're like, please give me food. They are. They're like hungry. They both say hungry and they're following me. They know I have food in my inventory. They can smell it.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of adorable. They're like,
is.
Mama, I'm hungry. I suppose to know. Eat up. Oh my god, everybody's starving. I think I need to stop the breeding for a while. I think that was probably what's tearing through all the food. Oh, all three of these have serenity. Of course they do.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
Yeah. Well, you've got me flying. Oh, baby, baby, there's nothing that I wouldn't do. That's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. What because my lonely. What? Why are you singing? What's wrong? You don't like my singing? The fuck? The fuck, Hika? What's
Before.
Oh. Never mind, I'm getting defensive.
That was when we asked Hika to choose a song.
Oh, right, I see. I see. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Class Boss. I appreciate it. Hmm.
Her singing is indeed
Baby,
amazing.
how was I supposed to know? Oh, baby, baby, I shouldn't have let you go. Oh, my lips. Oh, okay. So I need to get those kinship peaches that I've been storing, and do I need? Oops. I literally just traveled to the same building I'm at. I went nowhere. I wonder if I have to have the not grid tail, Grizzbolt
Meteorite
on me.
descent.
Yeah, go get it.
I will.
It's good stuff.
Hit me, baby, with a knife.
Okay. I
Bless you.
think you. Oh my god, I got 6 of them. There's little ones though.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, there's 2 meteorites around you.
Bye bye bye.
Oh, Celine!
Oh my god, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Be right there. Oh.
Dakota.
Oh. I didn't even get to see it.
We'll go to the other meteor to the north.
Okay.
I'm so evil.
It ain't no lie. I kept getting all the fucking meteors. And then the one that I'm like, hey, you should go to that meteor. You're like, oh, look, what I've been looking for this whole fucking time. That's why you're like, oh, is it in this area? I was like, no, I don't think so because I keep going to them and they're not there.
And then literally the one I get, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll go to it.
Bitch.
You're welcome, honey.
She's a flyer.
She's a flyer?
Yes, and she's fucking fast.
Is she who you're wanting as your flyer? Or was
She is
what
one
was
of
your
the she is one of the ones I was wanting as a flyer, yes. Let me see. Which is exactly why I was like, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
I'd already thrown a ball
That's
at her
okay.
face.
That's okay. Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, she's a flyer. Oh my god, I fucking hate this website. Fucking hate that website. No, 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 no. Fuck off. Fuck off. I hate you. That fucking fandom wiki is cursed.
Yeah, it is outdated. It hasn't been updated.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I'm on there for 2 seconds and it's flickering like freaking crazy with ads.
Oh.
Like it's ad central. I hate it.
Can be ridden as a flying mount.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, look, there's a Celine in your base for some reason.
Oh my god, shut up.
Oh, she's a good handiwork person. 7. As base.
Can't even do anything about it. What am I supposed to do? I can't ride her. I don't have a saddle.
Don't worry, baby. I don't even know how to make a saddle for her. What level is a saddle?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you because I've never caught one.
53.
Mm-hmm.
My
Fire, the one
I'm gonna go see if there's any other meteors around.
and then I say
Any sorry.
I want. No, it's okay. I mean, you are. Oh, it's actually really easy to make too.
Oh. If you'll even why.
Flying amount, speed, Palworld. Let's see.
Ain't nothing but a mister.
Flying mount speed.
Yeah.
Oh no, it looks like Frost Island is faster than her.
Does she breed something that you wanted?
No, I don't think so. I didn't want her. I thought she was. I thought. I thought I'd be. I don't know. Maybe I thought I'd be able to get her before I got. She's aesthetically gorgeous.
She is very
How do
gorgeous.
you ride her? Like how does it even work? You just like sit on her moon?
I mean, there's
Does she hold
two
you?
separate
Does
ways
she
to ride
hold you
her.
in her arm? I mean, okay, look, 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 look. I'm not talking about the dirty way. Fucking furry. Why are you hungry? Why are you hungry? Tell me why you're hungry.
desire.
Why are you guys just standing here? You say you're waiting to cook, but you're standing at the food.
Ain't nothing
I think shit's
but a
glitching out. What the fuck
mistake.
is that? Oh.
I never
Hear you say, I want it that way.
ain't
Nothing but
nothing
a
but
heartache. Ain't
ain't
nothing but a
nothing but a
mistake.
mistake.
Tell me why I
Oh
never
my God,
wanna
that's all
hear
well.
you say,
Down,
I want it
taking gas.
that way. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say, want it that way. 'Cause I want it that way.
Okay.
So, oh, there we go. Shit is being fucking weird now, dude.
It really is. I think it might be the amount of bases we have.
No, it's not. Like the pals aren't fucking moving like they should be. I just tried to walk up to talk to Zoe and it took her a minute to spawn in. Wow. You can actually capture her? Yeah, I know. I just like I feel like you can just befriend her, right? I mean, like, because otherwise, like, this guy's right here. He's gonna, like, attack me if I capture her, right? Because that's a crime. Yeah? That didn't work. I'm a fucking criminal. I'm a fucking criminal now. Now, what's Tristan supposed to do? Can he still do her quest?
You caught Zoe? Oh my God. I'm locked out. Let me in. Let me in.
What are you talking about?
You locked me out of Zoe, right?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. Let me find her. Sure, she's in here somewhere. Oh, there she is.
Intricate stat greens. There. Attack defense.
Bitch, what are you doing?
You're actually really good. 95 gun.
Come back. Oh my god, her gun is pink. That's so cute. I want one. Bitch, give me your gun. She's not got very good health. Her attack's pretty good though. Why she always walk like 10 miles ahead of me? Okay, whatever. No, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me, Zoe. What am I gonna do with this? There, I'll bring out this guy. He's got a bat. Or a club of sorts. Who do I want? I want this guy maybe? Yeah, there we go. Why do they all have clubs? Oh, this is the guy I want, right? Hell yeah. Hey, babe wants to be my new friend.
Yeah.
Well, it's an old friend, not really a new friend, but I caught him at some point. I'll show you. He's pretty cool. Are you at your base?
I am indeed at my base.
Which base? I just realized you're not at the base I thought you were at. I want to see how good this guy is. Hey, where you at?
I'm by my condenser, which is by the surgery table.
I see. Okay.
He's so big.
Yeah, right? He's got like really shit health, but I don't know. Maybe I'll go kill a boss or something and then he'll be really strong. I mean, he won't be healthy, but he's big and chunky. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why his health is bad.
I want to do something for the memes at one point, and get one of them and put as much like movement speed boost on him as possible.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. I guess what? It's gonna be me. Ooh, lots of colors. Oh, wow. That Relaxosaurus had 100 health and I just killed it. Oh, no, I didn't because I can't kill it.
You put it to one.
Yeah, no. Ryuma killed it.
Yippee! I want to go through more of my pals and give them
Every
some.
little thing I do never seems enough for you. You don't wanna lose it again. But I'm not like that. Maybe when you finally. Maybe I'll add him to my killing team.
Could be a good idea. Oh, I only had 20k. I thought I had 50k. Wow. Gonna make me.
I have to remember who that other one was. Oh, yeah, it was Dazzy. Never mind.
Someone 9382 on a mail.
Shady and calling me baby while you say my name. Okay, I need to update my killing team because it's a different Ryuma. Okay. Should I rename my Syndicate Crusher? What's he look like? Hmm. I'm gonna call him. Nope, I'm not gonna call him Frankie.
I'm gonna call him Felipe.
What's he look like? I'll let you name him Colossal. What do you think? He needs to lay off the donuts? Yeah, probably, but he still needs a name. Syndicate Crusher just isn't working. What do you think his name should be? I can catch a bunch of syndicate crushers. I do wonder if I can breed them. I don't know if I can or not. Or just so they catch a bunch of them.
That is a good question.
They don't
if
have
you
like a gender.
can- Yeah, they really don't.
How about
How
chunky
about
monkey?
Chunky Monkey?
All right. I mean, it's a little rude.
Josh.
Josh? No, I'm not naming him Josh. Actually, my name. Let me see. Let me see. I'll ask ChatGPT. No worries. Okay. What should I name my big fat syndicate crusher from Palworld? Fucker's chonky. I want him to have a normal name. A normal weird name. A normal name, not normal weird name. Hank. It's perfect. Hank. Oh, Hank. If there's anybody named Hank in the chat, I'm sorry. That your mom named you Hank. I'm sorry. I'm broken inside. Don't worry about me. Don't mind me.
It is that wall, okay. What if instead I have it as okay, so it is that wall stuff or not? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay.
The fuck?
Oh, I see.
Okay, that was very good. I think I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. Oh, baby, it might seem like a crush, but it doesn't mean that I'm serious. But to lose all my senses, it is just so typically me. Oh, baby, do it again. I play with your heart. And you think I'm in love, that I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent. Alright, Hank is now level 61.
Okay, I think is this to be wood. If I don't,
To like Herbie.
okay, I can run up if I don't have
Marshmallow. Dazzy. Not that.
Okay, cool. It's gloss. That is fine.
God.
Yeah.
Bruh. Alright. Hank, I need you to attack that, please. I just want to see if you can. Go. No, don't help with the logging. Hank, stop chopping trees. Attack this. See, look.
You did again.
Hank. There you go. Leave him alone. You leave Hank alone. Rude. I will defend Hank. All right, finish her off, Hank. There you go. Good job. I love him. I should probably get another one. I should catch
Another
some
Hank?
more of these guys. Yeah. Yeah, I want more of these guys. Except for I want to, like, combine them so they're better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Find a better Hank, but also, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, I'm hooked on the idea now of having a random dude in my killer party. I just want some random guy. So, just guy named Hank. Be like, here's a pal, here's a pal, here's a pal, here's a weird killer hamster, and here's this dude named Hank. I love it.
That sounds lovely.
But I need him to be good, and the fact that his health is 6 makes me sad. So I gotta go get another one. You guys any good? I don't even think you have weapons. So I think I find those guys with those machine gun things. I think I find them in the desert. So let's go to the desert, find one. Will Smith, Miami. Yeah. Oh, actually, hold on. There was this thing over here. We could check the prisoners again. I don't think any of the prisoners were any good, but I could check. That booze-loving guy sucks. Welcome to Miami. No, no. Guys suck. Hey, leaving. Goodbye. Your prisoners are terrible. Sorry. Here, Ultra Sphere. My bad. I caught my first Xenolord.
You got a Xenolod?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the dragon from the first. Whatever from the Meteor, yeah, okay.
Xenogard. My bad. I thought it said Xenolord. I thought it was a Xenolord. I don't know.
He's a Xenomorph.
I don't know.
Okay. Then on this one.
I don't know. Anyways. Time to go find the new Hank. Ah, here's a camp.
Mm.
Syndicate crossbow, man. Ooh, there's a Syndicate Crusher in there with 100 defense.
Ooh.
Could be the new Hank.
The brother Hank?
They're all gonna be Hank. How do I get in there? Oh, right. Money. No, I just want Hank. Don't care about anything else, just Hank. I don't know what I just threw it at, but what'd I catch? Oh, I caught a menace sting. Okay. Not what I was trying to get. Nope. Yeah, there you go. Hank, get it. Get in the ball. Okay, I think I got Hank. Did I get him? No, he escaped. Son of a bitch. Where is he? Come on, bitch. I will kill all of you except for Hank. I got him.
Nice. You got another Hank?
Yeah.
The Hank Scroller.
I think I got him, yeah. Yeah, I think all the other ones are not crushers. Okay. So that one had 100 defense. I don't know if, like, how much that affects the health. That was rough. That was rough. Although I did think about when I was going up in there, I did think about another place I could probably get a crusher. And that is at like my old base spot. There was a camp near there too, near where Anubis spawns.
Oh, yeah?
There's a camp up there. Where was it? Right over there. Myself a man brought to life. He was warm, he came around, he was dignified. Showed me what it was to cry. You seem to know, seem to care what your heart is for. Grenadier, Gunner, Thug, Dazzy. Hold on, I'm not seeing a crusher. Oh, I think I was mistaken the Gunner. No. God damn it, it really sucks not being able to do damage here. Kill everything. Good. I don't think there is a crusher here. Yeah, there is. There's a crusher here.
Nice.
He is not great though, but I'm gonna get him anyways because then I could put him in. 19%. No, 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 no. Get back in the ball. Get back in there. Get back in there. Stop. Stop. You guys are making things really difficult for me and Hank. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Just going around catching crushers. I don't know how it works. Can I breed them? I don't know. I just want to be followed by a giant man. He's a big dude with a... The fuck?
This needs to be the overhang.
There's... I could catch a black marketeer. He's a big dude with a gun. I don't think I'll catch him. I think I'll die. Golden iron lining on the floor. What if I said get gunner? It's just different areas of the desert, I think. I don't know. Just gonna walk around the desert and see if I find gunners. I mean, I'll ride my horse, obviously. Haunts. Right, you didn't name your Frostallion haunts.
I need to.
Do it. I dare you.
I've been dared.
Double dog dare.
Oh my god, you're gonna double dog dare me
Mm-hmm.
to name mine for a stallion haunts. Oh my god.
Sad story. Spanish holla. Just like a movie star. Oh, Maria, Maria. Oh my god. I have never repaired my armor, and it's like not even been touched. It's got a lot of durability or something.
It does. It has a ton of durability.
I literally was just sitting in that camp, basically letting everybody shoot me while I was trying to catch Hank. Still fucking nothing.
Yeah, they don't care.
Talking about...
Yama doesn't care.
Yeah, I was like, my armor? Oh, that was an electric egg. I thought it was a ball. I thought it was a sphere. I picked up an egg.
It was him.
I'm so high up off the ground. I thought a sphere, or I thought an egg was a sphere. Do we think that maybe every time I leave that syndicate camp spawns new syndicate crushers? They could be like, oh, well, they left. Well, we need to hire a new Hank.
Maybe.
And I just come back and I'm just like, and then like, wow, we should probably not hire a new Hank because every time we hire a new Hank, they get kidnapped.
That Mimo gets away and lives to see another day.
No. Whoa, bruh. That was aggressive. My god, I need all knocked. I got my first segment. No, I didn't. I lied. That was a lie. I don't even know why I said that. Oh, that's a really shit skill that just happened. Stop hitting me. It's not nice. Get in the fucking ball. There. Now I got my first segment. Still not Hank, but I'm on my way back and I just figured I'd catch a few things while I was out. Especially since I totally forgot I could just attack things with my Frost Alien. And because I have the... I was in there avoiding it because I was like, I don't want to kill things. I won't. Everybody in this camp sleeping. There's a new crusher. Oh my god, his defense is 1. He's gotta die. I'm sorry. It's the only way. Actually, no, he doesn't have to die. Catch everybody in there now. Where is he? 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 I saw you down here, bitch. Oh, there you are. Get in the ball, Hank. Get in the ball, Hank. Stop. It's okay. We could be friends. Oh my god. Literally, stop climbing walls, me. No, I don't want that. I want Hank. Look, I'll catch everything in here. I don't give a shit. I got 145 balls in my hand, man. I'll put all of you in a ball. I died. It's okay. Alright, did I get him? No, I didn't. He's over there. He's over there. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh my god. Herbie! Oh my god. Herbie just killed everybody. Including Hank.
No, not Hank.
That's okay. He had a shit defense anyways. Now I have to go back to the other camp. I think I'm just gonna go back and forth between the two camps.
Yeah, that's fair.
I can gather a bunch of them. think I could give Hank a sex change.
Maybe.
He doesn't even have a gender. He has a nothing gender.
Just like all the most Hankly people.
Sometimes you just can't die. Okay, there is definitely a crusher inside. Second floor. Okay. Now keep yourself out of trouble. Okay, rude. Where are they? I'm on the wrong floor. Fuck. Bruh. Bruh! Oh my god. If you killed him, I'm going to be so upset. I feel like everybody in here is dead. God damn it. Okay, in my defense, I should have put him back in my pocket. I totally forgot. What is this? This baby is good to me. Looks a glance in the mirror, but he doesn't recognize his own face. Doesn't know why 3 letters took him to his final resting place. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rhythms and the legs that you used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all, but I think he's moving too fast. Go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all, but I think you're moving too fast. I saw a rainbow yesterday. Sorry.
Then I punched you in the face. I don't know how this song goes.
I'm trying to lengthen my spine. I'm gonna go make some more hyper spears. Spheres? Spheres. Weird word. Go Jason Waterfalls. My sister used to think it was don't go Jason Waterfalls. That's what she thought it was.
Don't go Jason.
No, as if don't go. It's just go Jason Waterfalls. Sprang the time when I was drunk. I didn't mean to tell you that. Please tell me, please tell me why. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I totally thought I was working on something.
That works.
Enemy. And every now and then I kick the oven shit out of me. Tell me why. Okay. Alright, let's try this little dessert first. Oh, they're not back. Enemy. And every now and then I kick the living shit out of me. Egg sandwich, that sounds great.
Oh, an egg sandwich. Oh.
Why did you make me one, Hika? Why did you make Tristan one, Hika? Do you hate us, Hika? Question. Did you put mayonnaise on it? What is on your egg sandwich? I need to know. What do you have for your egg sandwich? Do you toast it? Do you just have a regular white bread? Do you have different fancy bread? Maybe it's sourdough. Do you put mayonnaise? Do you put Miracle Whip?
We will judge you for the wrong answer.
There's no wrong answers. I'm just curious. Because I've had it with both mayonnaise and Miracle Whip, and both are good. I think that the wrong answer would be gluten-free bread. Okay, there's nobody back here yet either. Damn it. How am I supposed to catch strange men named Hank?
Hank will be missed.
Really? Hank doesn't, like, I think he doesn't, I accidentally killed him. I think I only have 2 Hanks right now. Maybe 3. But the other ones died. That wasn't my fault. It was Marshmallow's fault. There used to be a lot of just random ass syndicate crushers in the fucking scrambled with salt and pepper, pinch of onion, garlic powder, salt with the friends top of cheese mix on. Okay, that sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. So more savory. Yeah, yeah. I say savory as if like that's not the default. I don't know. For some reason, if I add Miracle Whip to it, it gives it a hint of sweetness that I don't know how to. I don't know. I think it's just a Miracle Whip thing, but. Oh, I didn't realize there was a schematic thing. Ooh, I didn't realize there was a thingy down here. Hello, little thing. The hint of garlic, but not too overpowering. What kind of bread? I need to know. Did you toast it? Regular white toasted bread. Okay. Okay. Sounds delicious. Oh yeah, did you add like butter or mayonnaise or something like that to it, or is it just eggs?
Welcome
Or
to
the
the
food we ran out.
interrogation.
Okay. What? Look,
No, you were fine.
I may be hungry. No mayo, just egg. Okay. I like mayo on mine. If you can't tell. Based on my interrogation techniques. Wow, that's rude. It escaped and then told you it escaped. I get it. It deserved to be punched. There be only two places I know. I'll try to see if I don't know. I'll fly over see if I can't find any wild camps that might have syndicate gunners or some. Why is your segment jumping on dancing on babe? Why is there a segment jumping on dancing on your PAL box? It's just
I don't think you want to know.
she's just dancing.
Yeah, segment does that.
Okay. Okay. Now before you drive me crazy, just can't see. I'm so excited, I'm in too deep.
She dances when she completes tasks, and sometimes
Oh,
she's on top of the.
she's on top of the PAL box and just starts dancing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow, what a party house we have going on here. This is why I don't get invited to parties. I say things like that. I don't think there will be a syndicate gunner down here or a syndicate crusher down here. Oops. Well, I've made that random patch of ground really cold for no reason. Don't think there is a crusher here. I know. Fuck 'em up. I'll rescue this cat. Oh, there's another shrine thing over here. Not shrine, schematic thing. Yep, that's makeshift handgun schematic's really gonna come in handy.
Pew pew, bitches.
Keep me up all night. Will Smith's rap era. Dude. So funny. Kill everything here, it's fine. Getting jiggy with it. Here we go. Come on, Marshmallow. Good job. You killed everything while I rescued the pal. Thought I heard sparkles, but I could be losing it. Definitely hear 'em. Dire howl. Did you catch a spotterina? Is that yours?
Yeah, it's my spot right now.
Had a spotterina. What is the sparkles?
Captain.
Oh, it's a it's a sparket. Oh, yeah. Now it's my sparket. Oh my god, this is the cutest horde ever. Anyways. Ooh, another schematic dabo.
Just trying to build my fucking base, and people show up and just set it on fire.
The moon people?
No.
Um,
Fucking Roman Pell traders attacked a wild Bushi knocked. The wild Bushi and just fucking almost destroyed my base.
Oh no.
Uh,
Sorry.
be better, you know,
once everything's built up, but it's not built yet.
Put some pals on there. I've gotta help out.
Yeah, that's what I got him doing now.
Hi, Five. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Five.
Someone is plotting a raid against your base. Which base?
Yeah, the one I'm at right now.
Damn, babe. You just have really bad luck.
I used all my luck. Getting a wonderful wife like
Oh my
you.
god. Surprised you're still going at it, then this game's blowing up the player count. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good game.
If
We're awake, we're playing this, and if we're playing this, we're streaming.
Yep.
That is the schedule.
I even have it on Twitter. Posted the schedule on Twitter and everything. Are we awake? Question mark. If yes, we're streaming Palworld. That's what it says. I don't like to be syndicate gunners up here. That's right, you tell him. I usually vibrate to get my stamina back.
Me too.
Sorry. The fucking marshmallow just stuck in the ground and just started vibrating. But it was like regening stamina, so I was like, I don't know. Oh, I gotta go back to the base. That's cool. I won't be long, just getting paperwork ready to pay rent and see what groceries I need. That's fine.
That's okay. Take your time. Take your time. We're gonna be here no matter what.
He's so bad. I realized that a lot of like some of what makes me feel like I want to stop streaming is because I'll randomly have to pee and then I'll just feel like uncomfortable. And I'll just be like I'm just not feeling comfortable anymore. Maybe we should stop streaming. Or maybe I can just go pee, and then I'll be fine. Ugh, I'll be back.
Go, my love, go. Get rid of this fall. I may as well have this as a full things. Yes, honey?
Is that my last box?
Yes.
I might have to make a doctor's appointment. Well, I definitely need to make a doctor's appointment. Oh no. 5. Bye, Hiko. I think Hiko left.
Oh my god, 5.
You need help? I'll help you.
Nah, I should be fine. It's only 3k.
Alright.
They spawning down here again? Yeah. Whoops. Oh no, that's good. Where's the rest of them? Probably run this way?
Mm.
I only had one marker telling me where people were.
It's telling me the time and the waves that you're on. So I'm actually kind of curious if I'm gonna get stuck because I'm kind of close to it.
Oh, there we go. That's where they're spawned.
I'm just gonna stand here and see if I get rewarded for existing near your base. That'd be cool.
That would be cool, yeah.
My base never gets raided.
It's a non-raidable base. Yeah, finally cleared that way.
Good job.
A while to figure out where they were freaking coming from. That's the biggest problem I'm having right now is finding their spawn and then the path they're taking.
Clink and Hank are sleeping.
Oh.
So it does look like they won't breed.
Did you get anything?
It says raid defeated. I don't know if I got anything. Let me see. I got a diamond. No, I think that was something else.
That probably was something else, yeah.
Alright, well, I put them in the breeding pen. It says male and female not present, so I don't think I could breed them. That's fine. I will just, like, combine them. And then eventually have a really awesome Hank that I can just combine all of it into.
The Hank of Death.
Yeah. Why not?
Destiny.
Destiny. I could put Billy in him? Interesting. And, like, there's other humans I could put in him. I can't put in the Free Pal Alliance guy or whatever, but I could put Billy in him, and I could put Zoe in him. And then, of course, the other Hanks. Still are you doing our stream? That's well. Hi, Wepa. What do you mean? Oh, you guys are dumb. What do you mean? We're not dumb. We're still here. What do you mean? Okay, bye.
We will never be done. Bye. Entry.
I get hit bad. Oh my god, Nat.
Nat?
Fuck you. Yeah, Nat.
What did you do? Huh?
Charlie jump scared me.
Oh my god, that bitch.
Oh, hi, mate. It's not midnight.
No, the other, quarter to.
That much I know. It's not midnight.
Never end. If you wanna be my lover.
Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can't find another Hank.
Let's
I only know
go.
the 2 places to get him, so. Oh. Wait, we did? Oh, it did say that. I don't know who I thought did that. Oh, no, it was in the bathroom when you did that. No, it wasn't. I was back. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with me today. I have no excuses.
Okay. You have got
I'm eating pretzels.
That's the way it is.
Here's a story from A to Z. You wanna get with me? You gotta listen carefully. We've got M in the place to like, sit in your face. Got you like MC, likes on an easy B. What's it, please? Oh, sorry. I don't remember the rest of the words. For sure. Sure.
What you feel never ends. Don't they all hate each other now? All the Spice Girls?
I don't know if they hate each other, actually. Oh, yeah, there is one.
I know there was rivalries among them for a while.
Stop. 94 health. That's pretty bad. That's pretty good. But unfortunately, his attack is shit. Oh yeah. Well, we just put on like 90s favorites, you know. All right, let's go. Let's go, Marshmallow. We gotta go to the other desert to see if we could find another Hank. Ooh, actually, we have to stop by the workshop. Why? Because PX1 just finished the computers. I think we have to make some more buyer stuff. Hmm? 20. This one goes pretty quick though. Back in my day, we had to blow on the cartridge to get it to work. Yeah, no.
Oh, I remember those days. But then the advice was always, don't blow on your cartridge. The moisture will cause it to rust. And everyone was like, "Fuck you."
Like the same thing they do with the fucking Switch cartridges. I make them taste nasty, and everybody's like, "Oh, let me find, let me see them taste it." People are funny. Sometimes we trade at the beginning of the Yep. So when I had a PlayStation, you know how on the original PlayStation, how you had to push the button to open it up, and then it kind of just like popped open on the top. Well, if it
Yeah.
didn't go down all the way, it wouldn't play the game, right? But if it went down too far, it also wouldn't play the game. So it had this like certain amount of like pressure it needed to go down. So if it wasn't like really good, basically I had to like count the exact number of disc like CD cases that I could put on top of it that would put it down like the perfect amount, not too heavy so that it didn't work, but not too light to where it didn't work either. So had the perfect number of CDs on there, CD cases on there to push it down to make that shit work. Because I'm a genius. I'm making my increased production thingy. The fancy one. The conveyor
Oh,
belt.
beta wave generator? No?
Production line.
Oh, the advanced production line.
Oh,
Okay.
pretty. What do I need for the next one? For the weapon one. Oh, I don't have enough coral ingots.
I might have more on my base.
Let me work on the other ones first.
Deal.
10 thermal cores. Gotta make like that. Mhm. I don't have 4K resolution now. I'm good with 1080p. I haven't really needed to necessarily go beyond it. I'm gonna do 720 just fucking cause, but I've never really felt the need necessarily for 4K like some people do.
Hashtag 8-bit gamers.
Remember when HGTV became a thing and people were like, oh my god, I can see their pores.
It's just gotten weird now. Like the increases are so minor that it's like, why at this point?
Because you need to be able to feel like Johnny Depp is in your living room. Like right there. Next is 3D. Holograms.
Honestly, yeah, that's like I think they're probably gonna stop at 16K because that is photorealistic.
Oh no. That's 10 degrees hotter than it is here.
In this room.
In this room, sorry.
That we aim for with the AC. Outside, it's really chilly.
Yeah, it's really cold outside. Yeah, where the Midwest, everyone thinks it's colder. Nope. I'm in Australia. It's cold here for Australia. But it's bearable. Unlike, man, I can get really fucking cold in the US where I was. I went to the beach for Easter. It was like nearest to the beach. It was just kind of East Coast.
Yeah.
And I went there for an outdoor event, and it was so fucking freezing. I couldn't move. Like, you know how like you kind of like scrunch up a bit when it's cold?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. My entire body does that shit. And then I can't move because well, my body like refuses to like separate from itself. Could be like my live stream has only has one season 7. Oh no. Well, at least their weather's consistent.
Yeah, you can adapt to consistency. Yeah, the problem with Australian houses with cold is like that we're insulated for heat. So if it's cold, the insulation is ineffective.
I will say, they're very well insulated for heat. Because summer was nothing. It was fine. However, if you went outside, it was hot as fuck. But to be honest, like, we got computers in this room too, so, like, we're comfortable in here. I don't even know. I don't even know where you are, 5, to be honest.
Yeah, 5 could be anywhere.
State of Misery. Ah, yeah, that's right. I used to live there. I think I just got thrown off whenever you like said it was 34 Celsius.
Wait, where did you think he said? Misery?
I'm assuming he's in Missouri.
Possibly.
That's what people in Missouri usually say.
Ah.
Oh, near Iowa, I see. I'm like I lived in Missouri for a while. I lived in St. Louis. I think St. Louis is where I started questioning like my family being like touristy people. Is because like I went with my boyfriend's parents to look at the arch. And then I got there and I saw it and I was like, okay,
This
big
is
arch, I guess. Glad we did this. Wasted a whole day to come look at whatever this is.
yeah. When I used to go on holidays with my uncle,
Hmm.
literally they would go. It would like he would have a fucking itinerary of everything we would do, and it was just like, okay, can we have some excitement? Something new, something just like I don't know on a holiday, resting.
Well, like you've heard what like my mom said. My mom was like, you should take a drive down the what is it called? Like some great road or something.
Great Ocean Road.
Great Ocean Road, right? And I'm just like,
Yeah,
it's just a drive. See, now
I,
it'd be different.
view, but
Yeah.
still a drive.
And then like I could see going to Phillip Island for the penguins.
Hmm.
That sounds great. they're gonna be penguins. But like, those are live and adorable, not a
Not a
fucking
rodent.
arch.
Yeah.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Alexa, stop. Do you want to go get the stuff?
Oh yeah, because it's the last one. I may as well just bring it up and
Yep.
one and done.
I don't want to go all the way through the No, it's fine. Those are empty. Ah, Blankus! He's gonna stab me. There. What would we say is the worst state? Texas. Texas is good. It's not. It's a. I'm gonna see if I can't find more coral ingots at his booze. 28. So I need like 22, yeah? Oh, have fun lurking. Thank you. Oh, he actually labeled them. All right. Don't worry, it's okay. Okay, yeah. 2 nails for you. Yeah, there you go. All right. Let me get back to my basement. Let me go back to my workshop really quick. Is it already put in? Oh, you're just waiting to stab me. All right. All right. I did not prep myself as much as I should have. Ugh, that one's uncomfortable. Felt it poke me. No, you did fine. You did fine. You did fine. You're always fine. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was trying to take some of your coral. I think I took all of it.
That's fine. That's fine.
You don't need it. You don't need it.
Have I been on the B right on the just chatting screen the entire time?
Oh. Have you?
Maybe.
It's probably been a very interesting stream.
Yum.
I want to run around Faybreak just to explore. Are you still building stuff?
I'm still building, but you
Okay.
can go ahead and do
Okay,
it.
I just want to. I didn't want to do it if you weren't okay with it. Look up, baby.
I'm okay with anything, my love.
I'm just tired of breeding for today. Literally, as soon as I said that, Mochi produced 121 cake. Yeah, well, I decided to make 121 cake because I realized I could put it in my empty breeding thing and just leave it there. Right. I now have 3 fancy workshop thingies. Sugar pie, sugar baby. God, that produced so fucking fast that I didn't even move. Come my baby, you're my sugar pie, sugar baby. Come my baby. I really wish your horse didn't look dead whenever it was laying on the ground. Or
Which one?
your Univolt Chris, man, looks freaking dead when it lays on. Like I'm sitting there, like, can you please cool this phrase? He's like, sure, I'll lay on the ground and do it.
As
And then he
intended.
just looks dead. It's like, you good, fam?
As intended, my love.
You have to terrify the fuck out of me. What? What's wrong with you? Alright, I'm gonna go put Hank back because I don't want to carry him around, honestly. It's a good meme. I don't really feel like carry around Hank. To be real though, he's not great. I'm afraid he's gonna die. I don't want to use him. Um,
It's not my family in your head, in your head. They are dividing captivity. And their bombs and their guns in your head, in your head. They are dying in your head, in your head. Zombie, zombie, zombie. Hey, hey, what's in your head?
Cranberry Zombie song is kind of creepy.
In your
Cranberry
head.
Zombie, that's a song that's kind of creepy, but also how's it creepy?
Do, 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 do.
The way she sings it, I fucking love the way she sings it. Mother's leaving, life is taken over. The violence causes silence. We must be mistaken. When you see all things since 1915 in your head, things are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns in your head, There's no fire in your head, zombie, Whoa.
So, where in your head.
They made a few lettuce and tomato, just a few.
Oh, 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 yeah.
Let me see, out of the little bit of lettuce and tomato they made, let me see how many salads I can make. Oh, it's just a few, 2,651.
Nice.
Just a couple.
This one I'll do, yeah.
Alright, I'll come back. Actually, what do I do with them? All these carrots and potatoes. They'll weigh things if I put them over here. Yeah. Be nice if they didn't. There was a game. No, I think it might have been New World that If you put food in your food slot, it didn't weigh anything.
Yeah, it was New World, yeah. I remember that. That was nice. Just a quality of life feature. But also a bit exploiting.
Yeah, well, how do you think I was able to carry so many buckets of water?
One thing I didn't like about the potions in New World was that they were instant. I didn't like how the potions were instant heals. They should have been heal over times.
Oh. Then a workshop. I guess I will let that continue itself, and then I'm gonna put this in here, and then I'm gonna go explore. Where's the positive here? Also, can I fly? Yes. Okay, cool. It is a Warsec Terra. I don't really have a desire to fight that, so well, I'm not gonna fight it with that. Just anyways. The other ones I didn't really care about fighting without you because it was like, oh well, I mean, I've already killed these guys like in my single player, but all these guys are new.
You can fight them without me if you want. I did stuff without you while you were building early on.
Oh.
It wasn't anything overly important. And typically, I asked you if I was going to do anything.
Oh yeah, true. I'm not gonna take down the air thingies without you.
Yeah.
Those are important. In the gangster's paradise. Most I love singing in the gangster's paradise. I found another watchtower.
Living in an Amish paradise.
This island is massive. Oh. Let's see what this is. Applied watering handbook in a schematic thingy.
Nice.
Ooh, Prunellia with 100 defense.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna get it. I'm just running around. Sealed Realm of the Little Hero. Oh my god, it's a Smoky.
I should do the Terraria stuff at some point as well.
Oh my god, we should. We still have a lot to do.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
Touched the Sky Islands, haven't touched the World Tree. Still in the process of exploring Faybreak. 1.5 sanctuary still hasn't been explored.
It really is like 1.5.
God, I used to love this song. But it wasn't different, was it? Same old story and Dick John and so alone. Should fit like a glove, should have fit like a ring, like a diamond ring. Token of a true love. Should have all worked out, but it did. She should be here now, but she isn't. There's your trouble, there's your trouble. You keep saying double with the wrong one, and you can't say you love her, you can't say she doesn't, but you just keep a holding on. There's your trouble. Missing out, oh, you're missing out. They be sinking and round and round and building down. Chips, why don't you call it a loss? Not such a big loss. Chalk it up to better luck. Should've always. Oh, it's been so long since I heard this fucking song. There's your trouble, there's your trouble. You keep saying double with the wrong one, and you can't see you love it, you can't say she doesn't, but you just keep on holding on. There's your trouble. I think you're not gonna run into an issue with the freaking mushrooms later, okay? Just saying. Purple area, covered in fucking mushrooms. The ones you're looking for, too.
It's literally just for research and yeah, I think it's just research.
Okay. There's your trouble. There's your trouble. You keep seeing double with the wrong one, and you can't see a lady you can't see. She doesn't, but you just keep on holding on. There's your trouble. There's your trouble. There's your trouble. Can I fly here? Yes. There's your trouble. I don't know why I can fly here, but I can.
Okay, there's nothing inside, but the outside of my building is done.
Nice. I'm proud of you.
Oh, actually, pillar or two broke. It's fine. Can go around and fix them easy enough. Yeah.
These trees are so pretty.
Nice, you pretty tree.
They're like white trees with purple leaves.
Oh, that does sound nice. Yeah, time to return back to my base. Do base things.
And I'm back to being grounded.
No, you got grounded again.
Mm,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Your name would have made up.
Apparently the tower dude. I don't know. I don't know where they are. I don't know. You're a lot better at spotting them than I am. Not at each other. Uh-uh.
Oh, yeah, I don't need these two anymore. I do want.
And I can fly here for some reason.
That's the case.
I wish there was like an indicator on the map of like where it is I could fly, but I just keep like finding where like I mean, I
Yeah,
guess it
like,
makes sense that there's not, because, like, why would there be?
yeah.
See what this one is. Applied Kindling Handbook. Like, this area is, like, pretty, but, like, in a weird way.
Just like me.
It's like, it feels incredibly unnatural.
Daybreak, yeah. It does feel very unnatural.
Now, on one hand, that could work in favor of building, like, a workshop.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it could just look really freaking weird. It's like, it's giving, like, a slightly worse Valenwood. Not slightly worse. It's giving a lot worse than Valenwood. Valenwood's
Oh.
actually pretty, I think, in my opinion. It's just like, okay, so this is meant to be like the ground, which I imagine is supposed to be some kind of grass. Whereas, like, I'm looking at it and it doesn't speak that to me. It says splotchy paint. Ooh, that's kind of cool looking. A Reptero Crest.
Okay. Here this is going.
Like, I literally can't injure you any further, sir. Could you please get in the ball? And by sir, I mean ma'am, obviously. Totally a girl. Very feminine, very handsome lady.
Okay. I am going to come and have fun down there with you.
Yay!
Whoa. Okay, I might actually just fucking swim around the coast and join up with you. I started to build lots of stuff at my Sucker Dreamer place. I just built the building itself. That's it.
Yeah. The reason I didn't, like, one of the things I was holding on to for my workshop is I wanted to make sure to have my conveyors, like, at least the 3 built before I go anywhere.
Yeah, I want to
That way all I have to do is deconstruct and move. I don't have to like try and build it on it. Oh my gosh, the azure mines are gorgeous. Okay, look, it's fine, look.
And I'm doing
I'm doing like
the opposite.
I'm basically gonna be keeping it so that my base I'll be leaving will be my workshop.
Yeah.
That's gonna stay as my workshop. And my new base is gonna be, I don't know, drugs,
Oh no!
something. It's a pretty looking base.
I gotta go.
No, no,
I killed my horse.
no, indeed. I'm on my way,
No,
honey.
it's okay.
Oh, I found one of the missile things.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna run back to the house. Cause I don't know if you're aware of this. My horse is dead.
I'm aware of it.
I could bring her back to life. It's no problem. I'm gonna put her in this thing to heal her up really quick. She's alive now. I just need to heal her. She'll heal faster in the box.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, from where I am, what's your closest fast travel point once you're ready?
Let me see.
Nice.
I'd say probably right here.
Oh, cool. Nice. I'll make my way over here.
These guys right here. Those guys. Those are the ones that killed my horse.
Oh no, those fucking bastards.
Can I fly here? Yeah, I can. All right. So you said that there's a tower this way.
Yeah, back up the coast. If you just follow the coast around, you'll find it.
Yeah. I assume at some point I'm gonna have to jump off my mount.
Yeah, at some point maybe, yeah.
Mm.
No, we can't be on that map anymore.
No, I can be on. I just can't fly it.
No, assassination.
So how do you like in the horse?
I love this horse.
Mm-hmm.
I love Rostelion. Oh my god.
Super.
Everybody. There's literally a fast travel point right next to it as well.
Beautiful.
See? Hello, anyone gonna spawn in? Yeah, they spawned in. Oh,
Yeah, okay.
what is
A Warsec
that?
Terra.
Oh, that's a Warsec Terra. Nice.
And nobody asked you.
No one asked you, Alexa. And yes, I just activated them. You can add that one if you want. Oh, there's a bounty right here as well.
Oh, nice.
Literally just on the other side of the
Okay.
fast travel point. Oh, I see him up there. He's just on the hill.
I don't see the fast travel point. Where's that at? Oh, here.
I'm at it.
Okay, cool, cool.
Yeah, he's just on the hill. Ready?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He's a human collector.
Oh, yeah, I heard about him. It always looks like I'm in danger, but it's just Afro Stallion's like attack is just so crazy.
It's like okay. He
I'm always
apparently
like,
died.
am I
I don't
dying?
know where he died. Did you get the bounty?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. It's hard to tell anything whether the Frostallions. What is a cache thing over there? A schematic thingy? We can fly to that now as well.
Where?
I just fly off of the cliff east.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Oh,
where is
I
it?
think that's north somewhere.
Oh, I found a thing over here. It's a fast travel point over here.
Oh,
Oh my god, and some weirdly good stairs.
wow. These are pristine and well cleaned.
Yeah, it was like normally they're ruins, but yeah, that's fine.
I think it's somewhere on the hill, like on the cliffs here, is my best guess. Oh. I fell into the water. Oh no. Let me get on Neptilius. And then I go wee onto the land.
Wish I could see them.
Yeah, they're just over the cliffs, so might be able to tell. No idea where a path up to it would be anyway.
Following a path in general. Found a path. There we go. I follow it.
Let's go! What a crappy location. It's like I want you to build a base here, potentially.
It's yeah, that's not a good base location. Although it is like it looks probably pretty raid proof, or at least it
Yeah.
like if it's not raid proof, it funnels them.
Set up a wall here.
Yep.
A use for the gate.
Hey, I have a lot of gates at at the
We have barely any walls. It's a lot of gates in a circle.
yeah.
Okay, we can fly here apparently. Ooh, an effigy over here.
I'm just gonna go up and then look around.
Mm. Whoa.
It's just like a really tiny specific area. Specific area.
Maybe?
Fuck.
Trying to follow you on the map, and
I'm getting to that schematic thingy.
Oh, you still okay? Okay, you're making your way to that.
I flew up.
He just runs so fast.
Divine Dragon's Baton schematic and 45 dog points. What?
You just end up running so fast that it's hard to track you on the map.
Oh yeah. So it's gotta be south. It's gotta be north of here.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
What? Oh, wow.
You were right, it wasn't awful there.
Oh, chill it. Good. Good chill it. I don't know.
I
Oh,
don't
here,
think
go
you
ahead.
ever know with the ones in the cages. Come on, buddy, I'll let you out. Unless you want him?
It's okay.
Okay. Well, it's Rampage and Suits here, someone.
Oh, I see him. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hacking. Okay, it's hacked. I am the hacking god.
Doing 50% more damage. Oh, shit. Thank you, Marshmallow.
Um, it looked like you helped on my. Whoa.
What was that?
I don't know. Rocket barrage from the guy with the missile pod, but he died first. Maybe it's a delayed attack. Wow, you can fly so high with this. And it uses no stamina. Hey, honey.
I mean,
Where do you want to head to now?
I see the entirety of Fabric. Okay, look, there's a fast travel point all the way on the west coast.
West? East Coast?
East Coast. I'm directionally challenged, okay?
You were fine. I do the same thing.
See it.
Well, that's actually quite a few around the coast.
Yeah, I'm missing one at least that I saw.
Oh yeah, there's a missile pod thing there as well.
Is there?
Just right by. It
Yep.
just spawned in for me.
In fact, you are correct. Give me a home, make it real, always forget about it. Don't worry, I'm just gonna climb up this cliff. Hello.
Hello.
Alright, where are we fighting?
South.
Oh, here, yes.
Hello, friends. Hello. You want to group up?
Money.
Do you want this?
What? No, I already have to.
I think I've got one or two.
Trying to look to see if I can see any missing points on the map.
While we were in the air, I did see another one south, and there's also a boss south. But you might have gotten the one that was south.
I've gotten Amethyst Outcrop one, if that's what you're referring to. I know that there's a boss a little bit south of here.
everything below here for me is unknown. I can't. It's fog or war. War or fog.
That is because you have not visited.
What's a watchtower?
It is to the north, Frozen Coral Hill Watchtower.
Oh,
You want to do
I
that?
see Silent Lake.
Silent Lake.
Um,
Wait, Silent Lake. Oh yeah, no, it's north of that. It's north and ever so slightly east of that.
oh, oh, this Azuramain is the boss.
You know who might be really good? Fuck you, bitch. Go fight him. Did he make it? Oh.
Oh, hello, no, it's very strong. Stay with Rumi. I mean, we can go south first.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like we've gotten all the missile things,
Yeah.
at least in the purple area. Hopefully.
And we can use this and we can go to Silent Lake.
Nice. And this is a good launching point to whatever that island is in front of us.
Should we do that first? Hold on, is there a fast
Yeah,
travel?
I can see the fast travel point.
Okay, yeah, okay, let's go. I'm not gonna speed, just in case. I don't know how far away it is. Sometimes things are deceptively far away.
Sometimes they are. I don't think this is one of them, but it's best to be safe.
Okay. You're right.
By Cornus Island.
By Chorus.
Mm.
I want to see what that boss is.
Oh, it's a Knocklam Ignis. There's a boss on this island somewhere. I love you, my princess.
Oh, man.
Boss is it one of those mold runs? Oh no, it's maybe.
No.
Oh, it is this mold run. Right here.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
This one?
yeah.
Oh, he's level 70. All right. Water. Powerful. Fair enough.
It just was like, oh yeah, he's fire. I'll get out my Neptilius.
There, it looks like there's a schematic thing over here, but also it doesn't look like it's lit up. That's
Sometimes the light is. Oh yeah, I just loaded in for me. Sometimes it doesn't load in until you get close
oh,
enough.
okay. I see now.
Hacken, do you want to do this one?
Yeah,
It's the fun hack.
I fell.
No.
There's two favorite ones I have.
Hmm?
There's two favorite ones I have. I'll let you know if this is one of my favorite ones. Yes.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh, Phalaris ring schematic.
I'm gonna do that. Interesting.
My other
interesting.
favorite one is the sensitive spot one.
Oh, the
Oh, the circle.
Yeah. Not the quick time event one.
Yeah, the quick time event sucks.
Kind of boring.
It's
The same. That same quick time event is what you have to do when you're getting salvage in the water.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. When does Silent Lake?
I'll go to as close to Silent Lake as I can get.
I thought you said you had Silent Lake.
No, that's the only one I could see on the map over that way.
Oh, I see, I see. Well, I mean, I'll just go to the other one then, and I can show you where the fucking wish. I just thought you could go here. There you go. Go here instead.
I ran away. Fuck you. Wee. Oh, that's the favorite tower.
Yes.
Have you been up to it and gotten that way shrine?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a detour there and then go to Silent Lake.
Okay.
I'm just gonna race to the favorite.
There we go.
Let you pop back in and say good night. Good night, Whipper.
Night, Whippa. Thank you so much.
Dr. Braun. NPC.
Think he's strong.
Oh, he does surgery on something, and I don't know what he does. Well, thank you for the hydrate, Whipper. I will take care of myself.
I'm not sure how.
Yum, yum. Thank you.
You might have a problem. Babe. Babe.
Mm-hmm.
I have a problem.
Oh, what's that? It needs to be brushed. Oh. Um, give me a second. You want to come to Dr. Braun.
Who Dr. Braun is, but okay.
He's at me. He's an NPC that does something good.
Okay.
Has a chance to do something bad.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I kind of skipped the schematic thing.
So there are two outcomes that he can do. He affects the IVs of your pals.
Okay.
He either does positive 15 or negative 30 to all of them. He also will replace a negative trait with a positive trait, or a positive trait with a negative trait, vice versa.
I don't want that. Why? I'm not good at the gamble. That sounds awful. I work so hard to get my strong, um,
I'm gonna gamble.
yeah, okay, fine, gamble. I hope you don't have shitty pals.
Yes, he succeeded.
But like conduct the latest bronze surgery. It succeeds, so that was a mind-blowing probability. Alright. Here goes nothing. Alright. Yeah. Aw, man!
No, he failed.
God damn it.
Sorry.
I'm so glad I tried that. That was totally worth it. At least it was just Herbie. But he lost Ferocious and now he's starving. Oh, he has
No.
bottomless stomach, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, well, your horse looks amazing.
Yeah. This is gonna be an amazing breeding partner with Marshmallow.
Herbie's not going to be a great breeding partner.
Believe in the gambler. Go again once you find him again.
Oh. Did he get another perk?
No, Crystalline already had four positive perks. I'm sorry.
That's why I don't do the gamba.
This is why you don't gamble, kids. Okay, the Silent Lake I go.
And I didn't get my hair brushed.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. No, Herbie is Herbie. Oh no, his defense is 0. Well, at least it's not negative 24.
Interesting if it could go negative, but if it could go to a negative, then overcapping would be awesome. Balance it out.
I will rotate my
Brushing your hair for you because you enjoy when I brush your hair. Oh, that's streaming all day. I decided to film more. So I can't see your hair to know how it's going to then brush it without you even asking. Oh.
Not only is this a watchtower, but this is a watchtower.
Oh, very close together.
Yeah.
Can you fly over this one?
I don't think I could fly in here. I know I could fly down here. when I got down here. I was flying. I was like,
I feel like we finished getting all the whole region watch out. So there's only one or two left in the red and yellows.
yeah.
Is that in the entire island?
It is. You've got the entire island now. Nice. Oh, there's a big oil. Haven't done any of those.
Yeah, I did a level 31, which is over here. I did that not this time. I did it my single player.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because I saw that. I mean, the level 30 is not bad. I think level 55 and level 60. There's a gold chest on there that you get. That's what you're kind of trying to go for. Oh, shoot. There's a gold chest that's on it once you complete it. It's like at the end of it. And you open it, and that's when you get the rewards. And part of the reward, one of the rewards is I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Positions.
And it's not bad. Sometimes it
just has to happen.
Yeah, you're doing a really good job.
literally the moment of
Any pressure.
I just stop. And then hold your head properly. I need to have my mix.
You have the ability to ask for help when you need it. Really bad about partial it.
Someone
Do you
makes
feel
you feel
bad
bad.
for asking for help?
Rethink your relationship with them.
No good deal.
Mm-hmm.
It feels really nice too.
Something not wrong with that.
There's some chat. Here gets brushed.
I've been spending all day streaming that week, so nice to have less time.
Just get to enjoy it too.
Joining us. Private moment of hairbrushing.
This is so non-invasive.
Super. Hairbrush and chill. He just inside my ear hole.
You're welcome.
So it like vibrated. It was weird.
Sometimes your ear has love too.
Often neglected.
Not the ones specifically, just ear holes in general. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I love you.
Oh, what's that? Oh. Let's go over here. What is this? Like it's set up like really cool, so I hope it's really cool. Oh, Tetroy's Primo. What's in here? Oh, I see. I found a way to get over here without having to get over the purple mount, over the mountain, the red mountain thingy. There's a
Cool.
cave or a path. Oop! Found the air missile. You want me to take care of it, or you want to take care of it with me?
Take care of it yourself. I'm just doing something quickly.
Okay.
No, he left.
Who left?
Knocked upon.
Well, I mean, you can't do it anyways. You can only camp once a day. He's tired.
You can capture him
Oh.
and keep him at your base, and every in-game day you can do surgery.
That makes sense. Oh, it's another Anubis statue. The world really likes Anubis.
Oh, did you find the anti-air thing for this area?
Yeah, I said, do you
Yeah,
want me to
yeah,
take
yeah,
it down? And you say, yeah. Oh, shit.
yeah. I just didn't realize what area you were in. I thought you went to a different place, but you got it for the one that was where you couldn't fly over before. Oh, I see where it was. Hello, honey.
Hi, 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 hi.
You're so amazing. I love you so much.
Watchtower's over here. I don't know if you see it.
Ooh, I see it. Yeah.
What's a second watchtower? Did you get
Yeah,
the
I
other
got the
watchtower?
I got the frozen coral one.
Okay, good, 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 good. Ooh,
There's something over here.
I love when I jump off and don't pay attention and then just
Oh, I see it. To the
break my
north.
fucking legs.
No.
Whoa, 13 hours. Yeah, how you doing now?
Oh, hello.
I'm almost dead because I'm dumb and jumping.
Scared me. Thanks for the biddies.
Yeah, we've been going for.
Yep.
Oh, there it is. I see it.
Nice. I'm going for this, the Oculus Gate.
How are you holding us
Waste
for?
runner.
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Did I bring the 4-pack up into the room?
Yeah,
Oh.
you want it.
How are you? Are you good to go for a long time?
I mean, it's a 3-pack, but probably not, honestly. Like I'm still sipping on it. We'll see, but like I don't know. I ain't making no promises.
What is this?
Am feeling tired. I'm hoping that the drink will wake me up. What?
I found something cool when I went over here.
What was it?
A Yakumo effigy.
I don't know what a Yakimo effigy does.
Neither do I. It is
Is the
purple.
Yakimo the dog?
Yeah, Yakumo is the dog,
I'm
yeah.
trying to think. What would that be? Random aggression?
Even though this technically isn't a song.
I know.
It kind of feels it, yeah.
Well, I mean, feel free to sub. I mean, it's fine.
Actually, subbing now would mean your sub would move
Love
again. I'll
you.
put sub with them.
It's been a
So
while
maybe
since
wait
I
until
seen
the
you. How
first.
you doing?
Hello, Lovey. It's been a while.
Yeah.
You've been
God,
streaming,
I
Lois.
forgot to do this. Lovey's been doing all the Stardews. Marshmallow, we don't need to continue. We can just leave. Wee, goodbye. We can fly now. Don't ask questions. Fuck, they're trying to blow me up in the sky.
No.
Just flying. Don't mind me.
How are you, Lovey? How you doing?
I want to know how I'm meant to get to that fucking sky island. Also, where are you? Oh, yeah. You're fine. You can fly now if you want. Oh, shit.
Getting
Okay,
DM'd
it's
by
fine, it's fine, it's fine,
someone that
it's fine.
joined the Discord like 3 hours ago. Ooh.
Oh, lava. Oh, okay. I see. In our Discord. Okay. Let me see. She was over there.
Luna Bloom? Probably. Oh, it could be the other person. What time is it? Yep, it's 3 hours ago. It's probably.
Oh, yeah. Which one, Luna Bloom or Frosty Zoe?
Luna.
Well,
They bloomed the last blam. That's the saying, right?
open a mod view. Yeah. Breaking server rules. Ban.
Thank you for that, Lovey.
Yeah, thanks. It's right in the server. Don't DM people without permission.
You see, that's the little hero one, the Smokey. It's so cute. You're up by. Oh, you're up by stuff we already did. Oh, is that fabric completely scouted?
Maybe.
I mean, I've got question marks over some of the bosses because we haven't done them.
Yeah.
But I think that's all of the fast travel points.
Yeah. I'm just hoping it's all of the fucking camps.
Oh, yes. The annoying camps. You're at me somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
No, hello. Wait, no, that's not you.
Well, it was me.
That's a Starion.
Oh, I don't know where the fuck you went. I was following you, and then I had to turn.
Oh, I didn't realize you were following
I
me.
was trying, but you were going away from me. Where'd you go?
I got a Tan's knee. If you go to the Oculus Gate Howland site and fly straight up into like the ring thing, that's where the Yakimo.
Oh, all right.
I'm gonna go see what that does.
Fair enough.
No clue what it does, but it could be something that's worth doing instantly.
Yep.
I didn't rebuild that after I destroyed it.
Basically, same thing that I did once I updated shit. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that.
um.
Rainbow Fortune increases the chance of Wildpells having better passive skills.
Oh my god. Oh, that's such a small increase though, but that
Oh
is
yeah.
that is incredible. To them. Okay. The 1% increase. Okay. I mean, yeah,
It's more than we had before.
I will take it because I was forced to. Daybreak's fun to explore.
Alright. It's big.
It's big. It is very big.
Fun is a word, but I don't know. I'm kind of more
used
looking forward to the Sky Islands.
Oh yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the Sky Islands.
Are those boots? Not this. I want the double jump boots. Is this it? Oh. Oh, ancient bones. I don't even want to fucking get that shit. Alright. Okay, do we want to try flying there from Emberstone Plateau? Maybe?
We could try that, yeah.
I don't know, like, what we're supposed to do. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I want to swap out a passive or give a passive or whatever the fuck passive bullshit.
Yeah.
Because I want to make sure that she's got enough stamina.
Makes sense. That indeed makes sense.
Oh yeah, she doesn't. She just doesn't have a. She has an extra one.
That's right, you took that.
Try to increase the movement speed. 25% in stamina. Check the rest, anyways. Yeah. It is a fiddle. Well, 25% increased stamina. That's not too bad. That's not too shabby. Let's sort by level. Yeah, hold on. Why not? Oops. All right, I'll meet you at Emberstone Plateau.
Okay. I'm just quickly parent something.
I otherwise don't know how we'd get there.
Yeah, neither do I. If this doesn't work. It could be something story related.
Yeah.
That would be my only other bet if this doesn't work.
It looks so far away, dude.
Mm-hmm. It looks so far
Did I look it
away.
up? Because otherwise we'll die.
Maybe.
Okay. The intended way, travel to Fabric Island, make your way through Fabric Tower, beat the tower boss. After the fight, a portal at the top of the tower becomes available. Use that portal to warp to Sunreach. Can you
Okay.
fly there? Kind of. There's a lower floating islands that are physically reachable with a strong flying mount and enough stamina, and some players have managed to reach parts of the area that way. However, a full Sunreach region is progression gated. You won't properly unlock it just by flying up, and the intended access is through the Fabric Tower portal.
So main quest, but I think I can see the lower. Yeah, that one is definitely closer.
What?
The one directly in front of us that's lower, that looks dark, that doesn't have a cloud in front of it. I think that's the lower island. I don't know if Rostellion is gonna make it. We can try if you want.
You know what I'm gonna do? Actually, I'm going to see first if I can fly to the deserted ash plateau. The complete opposite side of this island. I'm gonna see how far I make it from here.
That's a good.
But first, I'm gonna go up. As high up as I can first. Because that's what I'd have to do to get to the other island. I'd have to go up first.
I feel like we might be up enough to make it to the lower island, but it's actually given a good perspective of how. Oh, there's a tornado on the Sky Island that keeps clipping in and out visually. I
From
think I'm
here.
up high enough. And it's used almost half the stamina
Yep.
bar. And hey, this will tell us if Fabric's missile launches are all gone.
Yeah.
Hmm. Honestly, I think we might be able to do it if we don't sprint.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to. I mean, we can try.
I just have no idea what's closest. You don't have a water mount, so should I try first?
That would be a little unfair.
It would be, but I have a water mount to get back.
Way to rub it in my face.
I rub it in your face as much as you want.
All right, let me go see if I've got a water mount, okay? I don't know. Maybe I do, and I just don't know I do.
It's okay. I'm just messing with you. Oh!
What?
That poor NPC.
What happened? Did I kill him?
You put him onto one health because your mercy ring.
Oh, yeah.
And then in talking to them, I just kept like clicking. And as soon as they died, I finished, I shot them in the head and they had one health, so they died.
Oh, no.
But it classes itself as an accident because I only hit them once.
Yeah.
Oh, a meteor was just sent in on Fabric. I'm gonna go see if that's got anyone interested in standing in front of it. No. Just Xenovators. I'm sorry, Dazzy knocked.
I literally have one. No, I have two, sorry, but they're the exact same one, so
Oh, something and then a something Ignis.
no, something and then a something that's not an alpha.
Oh, okay.
See if I have the saddle for it. I can get the saddle for it. Oh, I guess technically I could get the Jormantide.
You could,
You could, yeah.
He's busy. He's working.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
What?
I had a mutated egg.
Okay.
And actually, I had two mutated eggs. One was a nightmare Botan,
Okay.
and the other one was a Prenelia.
Hmm.
Ah, yes, King of the Waves, just what I want on a Prenelia. And heavily armored. None of these skills are useful, but like 98, 91, 98. Amazing for breeding. No, I'm just hatched. Alright, both of these are near.
Alright, have a watermelon.
Okay, we have our emergency escape.
Hmm. Alright, back to Emberstone Plateau.
This is gonna be an experience.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm trying to get as close to as far up as I can start, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
I had to jump off and glide into the cliff and climb.
Oh, okay.
As long as you're high enough, you
Actually,
can.
I got it.
Wow,
Oh,
yours is
yours
better
is
than
better
mine.
than mine.
Dang.
Dang.
We're here.
We're
We
here.
made it!
Holy,
Holy
shit.
shit.
That's
Oh, nice.
exciting.
Oh, and that
Oh, and that salvage gave me a soul sphere. Okay.
Let's see if we've got any fucking points. What points? What is this?
What are these? I can't mine.
Interact with altar. Move to a different altar? Yes.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know where I went.
Neither
A
do I.
different altar, I guess. Oh, this is how you travel between the islands.
Okay, that's cool.
Huh?
We need to find any. Oh, there's one down there. East. And then we'll be able to fast travel whenever
What
we
is that?
want. Oh, yeah, that
Oh my
bird.
gosh.
Oh,
Get over here. Get over here. Get out of my pocket. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Get in my pocket.
it's cute.
Bitch. Get in my pocket. Rude.
I will drop this soul sphere for you as well. It's just on the ground here. Oop. Polaris Aqua? He's up in the sky, I can see it. Take this soul sphere, just in case you need it. Where did she go? Oh! Wait, is this a different one?
Oh my god, that just jumped it up to 62%. I still didn't get it.
No! Some Polarises. Oh my god. Let me see if I can see any more around.
Bruh. Just be my friend. This is the lowest 16% I've ever experienced. Thank fuck.
You
You got her?
Jesus Christ, yeah.
Nice. Oh.
Okay, I don't even know where we were going.
We'll go into this wish shrine.
Nope, nope. We're going here. We're going here. That's where we're going. No!
Yeah. Oh, there's waypoints. There's a waypoint here.
No, you have a plasma cutter, that's why.
No, if I don't hit this, it does 1. Like, if you hit that weak point, you probably can mine it.
Can only be mined with a plasma cutter.
Oh! I guess you can only hit the weak point with a plasma cutter. We're getting solarite.
That makes me happy.
I'm glad I made this.
Yeah, right? Alright. Are there any... Oh, there are. Hold on.
Yeah, there's a way shrine just down here. The entire area is covered in fog, and I think that might be because we haven't done the story intended. Oh, a Mimog.
Oh, there's... Okay, what the fuck is this?
What? Okay, good. I was about to be worried. Hit a Mimog and I had a 0.00% chance, but it still went into the ball. Solarite.
Confused.
159. Oh, it disappeared.
I'm foggy! I don't know what it means. Whoa!
Whoa! That's what it means.
Anyways, it was just temporary. I'm gonna go, back really quick, and I want to make myself a plasma cutter.
I'm gonna also make myself a solarite mine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a saddle.
You need a solarite to make your saddle to fly the...
No.
No? To
Swim.
swim. Swim! Swim, swim, swim!
Mm-hmm. I don't know actually if I can cook this. We're gonna find out. I can't cook it. I need it upgraded. Fucking furnace!
We need an ancient civilization furnace.
For the ancient civilization furnace. Thermal core, 20 thermal cores, 30 computers. Alright. I'll work on it.
Hard anymore.
Yeah.
It used to seem like the hardest thing to do. Now just
No, now it's just tedious.
Yeah.
Let's say 20 or 30. 20 watt and 30 watt. This makes a difference. What did it say it was? Okay. 20 and 30. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the 20 thermal cores first because I can make them. I can weirdly make exactly 20.
Do you want me to get started on the computers? I can help with them.
Yeah, that's fine. The thing that concerns me a bit is, am I going to be able to use my babies to power this bitch? Because it says hot and cold.
You might have to have an ice and a fire power at the same time. So how many computers is this? This is 66. 30 computers. I've got 13 already, so 20, no, 17 more. I need carbon fiber. You're gonna get your baby. He got solar, right? Computers.
Itchy leg, itchy leg.
Nice, I'm making the computers. Then we'll just need the ancient civilization cores, which I think I have enough. I don't know if you do. And then Coralum.
I'm gonna go spend some money on these clones really quick.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hold on. While I do that, is there anybody else that does handiwork? Yeah, alright. Fucking get to work, Celine. I guess. And random ass Anubis. And this guy. And this guy, sure. Alright.
Oh, interesting. All of the ancient things require pals with both. Well, with two separate skills.
That's wild. I hate that.
I'm not sure that if it's pals with two separate skills or if it's just two separate pal, like two separate pals, yeah.
I'm adding, I'm making their passives. Are you ready? Artisan, work sleeve, and serious.
My god. You are wanting them to be good. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save these 6 technology points.
I need more money. Let's see if I have anything to sell. I do.
I have the computers.
Nice.
This is gonna be built at your workshop, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Put the computers in storage at your workshop. Cool. Computers are put away.
All right, cool. So 2 of them have all 3, 1 of them has 2. Alright, see how it goes.
Ooh. Bit longer, but it's about the same height wise as the other one. It's gonna be interesting to see how this functions.
Yeah. gonna put these guys away because I don't want them being in here.
Okay, we don't need a new. There's no new furnace or thingy to make Palworld, which is the last resource. We just need to get to the tree.
Okay.
Oh, dang!
Required suitability 6 and 6. They have to be 6 and 6.
It looks like there's two separate sides. There's a kindling side and a cooling side.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm looking. Okay, let's put... yeah, they're fine. They're definitely fine. Okay, so put Helios on 1. And then...
Funny enough, whale axes are 6.
I don't have a 6 ice.
Oh, you got your Univolt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my Univolt.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get somebody else out here to take care of the cooler then. He's so fat.
Need solarite and pure quartz. Okay, okay. Good to know. But you had all the... No, a good chunk of the solarite.
I can see the one is clearly working harder than the other.
What does it look like?
Oh, okay, cool.
Like, he'll be able to leave.
I see. So it only produces something when
they both fill up. Okay, so you are really wanting. We need cooling pounds.
My cooling pals were something I wasn't even like paying that much attention to, honestly. Because I was like, what are you gonna do? Cool my fridge more, I guess?
Yeah, same. It was very much just who gives a crap. And now it's we give a crap.
Alright, let me see how much I need. Okay, not too bad.
Okay.
There's a few things I'm wanting to make that need solarite, but the first one I want to make is a saddle for Sakura.
Mm-hmm. I literally got. Oh my god. That's. I mean, it's a decent pace. I'm looking at how I've got 3 of my blazer mods assigned to mining solarite.
Mm-hmm.
I want to stockpile a ton of that. And it still takes them a little bit. It's like 3 or 4 ticks to get a solarite. I was expecting it to be slow, but dang.
Oh, I totally forgot to make the solarite thing. I can still do that.
Oh yeah, we have the snowman, which increases cooling speed.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that.
I haven't even taken it. No, snowman. That'll
Damn
help
it, I don't
you.
have no solarite. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, apparently I had 214. I thought I had... That's weird.
Why? No. You do not handiwork. You don't lump it. You don't do any of that, Wumpo Botan. You just transport. Like Wumpo Botan was being a bit extra and wasn't just transporting. Doing a bit more than just transport. Okay, I think I'm gonna focus on the pooling research next.
Shall be a fantasy. I'll be your hope, I'll be your love, be everything that you need.
I need more ancient Pearl manuscripts.
See what happens. Snowman would be. I didn't even unlock it because I was thinking, what's the point? No.
Yeah, same. I only just unlocked it because there is now a point.
Where is it? What level?
Snowman is level. Hang
I found him.
on. 33. Quick, I didn't get there in time. Circles. I
Alright,
think
it's definitely going better now.
Snowman helped quite a bit.
Yeah.
And the research as well, I did as well. As well.
Look what I'm making. I'm making an Ophidia saddle.
You want some help crafting it? Oh, you got it. Yes, okay. I am going to get my salvage team. Really, they went on. Making me cancel this expedition.
Are you canceling the expedition?
Because it assigned my 2 pals I didn't want it to assign.
I see. I got the Ophidia saddle. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just that good.
You don't even need me. I'm just a waste.
Oh my god, she's so fast. What the fuck? Hey, babe.
Mm-hmm.
Come to the workshop really quick. Just curious. Like, it's entirely possible, like, I'm wrong, but, like...
Give me a second.
So beautiful.
Oh, that's... Sorry, I'm taking a bit.
Fine.
Yes. Yeah. Cool. Okay. On my way.
Okay.
So it's taking long.
Your fucking horse has an addiction to just laying down. There's no way, apparently, you could just like cool things down normally. Nah, just lay next to the furnace in the other furnace.
Oh no, this is horrifying.
It just looks dead. Okay, come out here, babe.
Mm-hmm.
Pull out Neptilia's. Okay, I want to see something. Okay, come here. Okay, from here, like, just come out here. I want to go this way, okay? We're gonna go this way, okay?
Yeah.
Ready? Just go as fast as you can. Oh, shit. Okay.
I should sprint, shouldn't I?
Are you not sprinting?
No,
Bruh!
sprinted.
Sprinting.
Oh my god, you're so fast.
And then I can leap out of the water as well.
I can do a little leap. You did a little hop.
So if I don't sprint, we're about the same speed.
Okay.
I'm not sprinting right now.
I don't think. Oh, there's a difference.
Do you have
Whee!
Sleek
Seek
stroke?
stroke?
No. What is it? Oh, you mean like a skill?
Do you have a passive? What's your passives on it on Sakura?
The speed passive is King of the Waves.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck! Dang.
50% increased movement speed on water.
Mm-hmm. You should also add sleek stroke. That's
I'll
another
do that.
skill.
What's it doing with Flame Emperor, anyways?
And then like, if you can, honestly, the best you could get
Uh-huh.
would be legend plus King of the Waves plus
I have increased stamina too. Because in
plus.
addition to King of the Waves, also has Fit as a Fiddle.
Oh, nice. King of the Waves.
Not that
Is
it fucking matters, it seems, because I don't use any stamina.
Yeah, they don't in the water. They only use their stamina when they're out of the water. Yeah. So I think the best for a swim on would be legend because that gives some movement speed increase and a bunch of stats, which is great.
Well, I can't
And
give
then
her legend.
no, you can't give her legend. You have to breed it. Then there's King of the Waves, which you have,
Yeah.
which is fucking amazing. Then there's a swimmer, which is a 40% movement speed increase. And then Swift, which is another 30% just general movement and speed increase.
Let's see what I've got. 10% increase to movement speed or 30% increase movement speed on water. Okay, let's do Sleek Stroke. Okay. And then, oh, oh no, I did it. Okay, I'm poor now.
Yeah, I've been poor for a while.
All right, now I'm gonna go back to the workshop and try swimming again. Do you wanna race me again?
Yeah.
Okay. Trying to find where the fucking water is. There we go.
She's so pretty.
He really is fucking gorgeous. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, you ready?
It's
Go.
Okay. I am sprinting.
Am I faster?
We are the same speed.
Bam.
If I was to use my ability, I would be faster though.
Okay, use your ability. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you mean by you're faster, or we're the same speed.
We are the same speed if I'm just sprinting though. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I am not getting further away than you. Oh,
What?
if we would have a race through here, you would beat me because this is shallows. I can't swim through shallows.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm lagging. Ah! Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Oh,
I don't know how this happened.
where are you?
I'm in the sky.
What?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just bouncing, it seems. I think I've lagged so hard I'm now flying. I'm just bouncing in the water, I guess.
Maybe it thinks you're using my ability.
Okay.
Fucking these stats on her are amazing.
Uh-huh.
96, 194. Fucking hell.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. I knew she was amazing before I even knew her stats.
Hmm.
Oh, and while in party, the player's attacks inflict soak 4.
Oh. Oh.
I don't even know what that means, but I imagine I just soak people.
It's the elemental effects, or it's the elemental effect of water, and then you combine it with other elemental effects to cause. Like burn isn't just fire. Like fire can cause it, but it becomes worse if they've got like the grass on them, and then they're set on fire. I think.
You can't speed zoom through the rivers?
Nope. Too big. But I'm gonna go get some salvage because I have
Oh my god, I haven't done that yet.
a 4-star um jewelry.
Oh.
He increases the amount of salvage I get by 95%.
Oh my god, that is incredible.
Yeah.
I figure out where the ocean is by swimming the rivers.
The only thing is you have to make powerful fishing magnets to get the good stuff.
Oh. Okay, well I'll go get a fucking fishing magnet then.
It's and they're consumable. Whoops.
Are they consumable?
Yeah, but when you make them, they make 10.
Oh. Still
Okay.
bullshit.
That's 22 coral more from one thing. It's an annoying fucking mini game. This is why I put it off, is the mini game's annoying.
I don't know if my horse is faster or if Sakura is faster.
Well, I'm gonna say that Neptune is faster than my Rostallion. Because of its passive, or because of its ability. Guess I get some good dog coins from doing these. Oh, this is so amazing. Thanks for being such an incredible person, honey.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a miss. I'm for the middle.
I'm making 100. I'm making 100 powerful fishing magnets.
Gonna get a
I know,
little.
right? That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna throw up some rainbows. Oh my god. Which leprechaun did you eat? What was his name? Was he my friend?
So who needs the whale to go to the fucking World Trade, bruh?
True.
I tickle him with my back scratcher. Hold on. That way I don't have to get up.
Easy to tickle person, huh? You pushing my clothes with that, mate.
No, it's not out. It's cold out. What do you mean?
It is pretty chilly. Alexa, what's... Actually, never mind. Shut up.
He's like, I didn't even fucking say nothing. She's like, you bitch.
It is 12C, which is 53 in the America units. I don't know if she doxes, like is saying that it's this much in this town.
I don't think so, but it's like,
Yeah, yeah, we're on the better side of the world. Oof, nasty 35. Is it a humid 35 or a drier 35? That changes things.
alright, I have 100 fishing magnets now. Time to figure out where the fucking ocean is. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go over there. Yeah, the no hat, no play. Yeah, you've said that. You haven't even said it yet.
Yeah, I remember you saying no hat, no play. It's important here. Less
I
important
just think
everywhere
it's
else,
funny
but it's
because he
really
hasn't said
important here.
anything yet. He said this and then hasn't said anything yet. But I'm wondering if he'll say it before he hears me say the answer.
I think El's already heard
Whee!
the answer at this point.
Huh?
I don't think it's that delayed.
Oh, look, I found a fishing spot.
Nice. Salvage, salvage, salvage. Oh, hey, honey. Wee.
Oops, I missed. This is not the one I thought it was. This was the click one, not the squishy one.
Hmm?
Never mind.
Yeah, it's very important to teach that to kids in school.
Missed.
I'm weighed down by carrying too many things.
Not too shabby. It's not
Neptune
that
doesn't
hard.
care.
Oh, I could probably do this all day long. Damn. Just 'cause Sakura is like super
Yeah,
fast.
you get to them pretty quick, yeah. The one problem that you're gonna run into is if there's a minor like jitter in the server.
Oh yeah.
At that point, it's just a guessing game of where where the thing is on the reticle. You did have an Australian VTuber say Tim Tam Slams were mid. I still don't think I've ever done a Tim Tam Slam, and
I did a Tam Tam Slam once. It was really good.
I genuinely think there's just
I don't think I did it in T though. What did I do it in? I think I did it in a dare.
yeah, I think he did do it in a dare. Eh, it's not my fancy. I'll just eat the Tim Tam separately.
Yeah. It was alright. I just wanted to try it because I'd never done one. No, I did it in a chai latte.
What's it, Charlie? No, again.
Ah.
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm so good at this game.
How much are you getting per salvage
Like
point?
9 or 10.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm up to 61.
Nice. Do you have a jewelry with you?
No,
You're getting 9 or 10. That's really good luck.
7. This, yeah, sometimes 9, sometimes 10.
I was doing it before with no jewelry. I think was getting between 5 and 8 at most.
Again,
Yeah,
very
let's
good at
have
this
so
game.
many. No, she didn't mean doing it as a dare. It was a dare iced coffee.
Yeah, it's a mocha. It's really tasty.
Although I could see that as a good truth or dare. It's not wild, but it's like good to get into the things.
Sorry, I should have specified. That shit was really good, but I drank so many of them in a short period of time, it fucked me up. I
Mm-hmm.
can't drink them anymore.
I feel like you do that with a lot of things. You just like you like something and then you just consume it so much you hate it.
I don't hate it.
Well,
I
consume it
want
so
it.
it causes problems.
Yeah, it causes gut problems.
Lactose intolerant like gut
I
problems,
feel
but
like
you know.
I feel like I might be lactose intolerant now. I wasn't.
What?
But I might be now. So much in fact that when I started doing chai lattes, I even swapped to oat milk because it was starting to upset my stomach. I think I might be lactose intolerant now, which fucking sucks.
Yeah, you could develop it as you get older.
Okay.
So why did so many truth or dare games turn into someone having to get naked?
Because people are perverts. Have you not been on the internet?
Yeah, there's perverts everywhere.
Only that kind of stuff, including allergies, you can sort of change every 7 years. Things you weren't allergic to, you can become allergic to, and vice versa. Well, I hope I get unallergic to freaking dairy.
The lactose allergy typically is
Yeah.
From
what I understand, that's the scientific consensus is that you can develop lactose intolerance if you don't consume lactose for a long
I got a
period of time
power reverser.
as an adult, and it just stays like that for. Yeah, you get power reversers.
To make Sakura a femboy. I'm kidding.
If if you have a Gelroy, doesn't even need to be leveled up. You get 2 power reversers per.
I don't even think I have one. Not super worried about it, honestly. I'm actually getting kind of tired.
Yeah. Same. I'm a bit tired too. I think I can give you a Gelroy. That's got some stars on it. Maybe. No, I do not have a Gelroy that will give you any stars. But I've got spare Gelroys.
You're allergic to penicillin? Yeah, well, I wasn't allergic to anything until this year.
Penicillin is one of the allergies that you can be allergic your entire life and not have a reaction. And I mean, like you have the gene to become allergic to it later in life. So you could go your entire life having penicillin and being fine, and then
Shut
if
up. Well, I mean, I've been having pizza and that's not been a problem, so I might not be lactose intolerant. I think it'd just be like if I drink a lot of milk. Because, like, I'm pretty sure Dare is literally just like milk, coffee, and chocolate.
yeah.
It's literally called coffee milk.
I'll put one in your base.
Growing up as a kid, take this medicine, tastes like bubblegum, loved it, problem was penicillin. So I'd actually want more without realizing I was swelling up like a balloon. Oh, geez.
Unfortunately, penicillin is one of those things that you can be very allergic to it, but you don't know because you haven't had it, and then you have it, and it's a very common thing to be
I had a
prescribed.
medicine that I would take. It was Motrin, but it was like a liquid Motrin and it was orange and it tasted so fucking good, dude. I always wanted that Motrin. Then there's like Pepto-Bismol, which is like disgusting.
I have put a 2-star Gelroy in your base. You don't ever have to use it, it is just yours. I still have my other one to breed in if I wanted to breed them more, but it's got good stats.
The room medicines that actually tasted good. You know how some people are like, oh, I don't like it. It tastes like cough syrup. I like the taste of cough syrup. Well, at least the one they're referring to. I don't really like honey cough syrup. I like cherry cough syrup. Did you ever have any medicine as a kid that looked good and was going to taste good and end up tasting horrible? Probably a lot of times.
A lot of the times. There was this one that had like an orange color and was supposed to be like an orange flavor, and it tasted like I was dying.
Probably were dying.
Before I was taking it, nah, I was completely fine.
This is way better than fucking killing Alaska's.
Mm-hmm. And if you have a Gelroy, it goes up by even more.
Later. I'm just tired right now. I'm just like brain off doing this at the moment.
30, how long have we been streaming for?
15, just over 15 hours.
15 hours, around 15 hours, 15 minutes.
Where am
for
I
you.
going? Oh, fuck.
I started a little late because I was still waking up. Ooh, fish guts.
It's fish guts.
There was a medicine called SSS tonic that my dad would make us take. When you pour it out of the bottle, it would come out thick, sort of looking like cookies and cream ice cream. It did not taste like cookies and cream ice cream. Why? Because apparently you use fish guts to help give it all the nutrient benefits.
Yuck. Okay, I see it now. My ad break thing had just popped up, and so everything got moved down. Thought so would look like ice cream. Oh, jeez. I hate that for you. I feel like there was an entire section or entire time period where a certain generation started eating Tide Pods because they look delicious. So I mean, I feel like there are some people out there who relate, you know.
Not wrong, yeah. There was a certain generation that did that. And I shot them all. I hunted them down. I'm happy to end whenever you are, my love.
Just with a nice brain off activity. Eyes open, brain off. Do you have? Wow, I got one correlate more from that. I have 216 correlate more. That's not too shabby for me turning off my brain. How many did you get, babe? I'm glad that you can like hit the button to do it, and even if you like slide past it, it still works. How much money am I been getting? Damn.
I acquired one or two.
How many did you get, babe? I know that you have a 4-star jellyfish.
I'm currently cooking it all, so I don't know the exact amount,
How
but
many was it roughly?
I made roughly 400 ingots, or roughly 800.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know why you were weird about saying that.
I was just trying to find where the fuck my furnace was. I was like going to the storage. I was like, wait, no, I'll put it in the furnace.
I wonder if we could swim under the Sky Islands and unlock the Fog of War that way.
Probably. One thing you do want to do when you get in salvage is go for the oh, that one that was probably gave you one and you didn't use a powerful magnet on.
I mean, I have a powerful fission magnet in my inventory.
Yeah, but you probably just like picked it up out of the water. I got a couple out of just
Oh,
the regular.
salvage, I see. It doesn't say anything about a magnet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to stick to the higher level areas to get the good amount of correlate.
I see. Ooh, what's that? Cool. There's a fucking camp out here in the fucking water.
Oh wow. Probably discoverable from the waypoints, the way shrines, the way watchtowers.
Enemy camp. No, not enemy camp. Yes, enemy camp. I'm sorry, my bad.
You should come and have a look at the base I built. I needed to actually, put shit in it.
I'll go shortly.
I feel proud of it. I did good.
Don't do this to me. There we go. I think everybody's dead. Nope, not quite.
Yippee! Death!
According to the boss music, not everybody's dead yet. There's a syndicate thug what in the water? No. Bitch, he's in the bathroom. Oh my god. Is this the bathroom? Yeah, it is the bathroom. There's a toilet in here and everything. That's just sitting here on the toilet. And he's like, the fuck?
A lot of the research I haven't done yet is like defense of base pals, attack of base pals, and that's gonna be essential for raids. The raid bosses.
Bitch, Bushi, why would you do that? Rihanna just like, was like, this is nice. Let's go fight these guys over here. Runs directly into the water. Bitch, there's nothing in the water. See, I'm not a murderer. Unlike some people. Bushi. Get out of the fucking water, you idiot.
Little darling.
Go back to the house and then leave. Not enough people for me to raid, so it's just one over here.
I think I've got Owl over here, so I've got 2. It's a bit of a chill, slow end to the stream. To be fair, a lot of people are doing stuff today. Like I'll pick up tomorrow and then over the weekend. Did you go visit my base?
Right, yes, I totally forgot. I'm so sorry. See what my hubby did.
It's empty currently.
It is empty.
And I still need to build some more stairs. Oh, you spawned upstairs. Oh, I forgot to swap these to doors. Maybe? No. These are not supposed to be doors. Where's my stairs up? Oh well, I'll get
That's
around
a good
to building.
question. That's what I was looking for. Where are the stairs up?
It looks good from the outside.
I don't know, it's like the fucking top.
I think we loaded at the same time, and you just spawned a floor above.
Oh, you got a lot of like one high ceilings in here, babe.
Yeah. That's just this floor.
And the one below it.
And the one below it. Come on here.
Oh, it looks really nice.
Yeah, I still got a little bit of work to do. I see I'm missing some windows.
I would suggest though, like making them too high, at least.
Never.
I'm wondering how, like, you got some big pals, babe. Even the oil thing is over this high.
The oil thing, I believe, will fit there. Maybe. No. Okay, yeah. I didn't need to increase the roof. It was mostly just the outside I was working on getting done.
No, it looks nice, and you can keep it looking exactly the way it is if you just like, cause you've got like you got the space. You just divided each section into 2 floors for some reason. You don't need it.
Yeah.
You don't need to do that.
I know I don't need to. But,
I like it. It's pretty.
I think this would just look better without it. Yeah, I'm just talking to myself. Doesn't need these.
Ladies and gentlemen, whoever is here, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, that's fucking combined. I was trying to say thank you very much and just flubbed.
Bye.